This conference will now be recorded.
Brian, I'm wondering if you want to call to order while John, he was here, but he has not
I can do that if that's your wish, Madam Clerk.
Well, we might as well. I guess we can give a few minutes to John, but
Well, I can turn it over to him when he comes, so.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
All right. Well, in the absence of the mayor, welcome everyone to our October 21st council meeting. The mayor is experiencing some technical difficulties apparently, so we'll welcome him when he does join us shortly, I hope. In any case, Madam Clerk, is there anything in open forum?
None received.
Okay, so we need a motion to confirm the agenda. I don't have all the movers and seconders here in front of me. Lindsay, do we have a mover and seconder to confirm the agenda?
Yes, it was moved by Councillor Rice and seconded by Councillor Frew.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion? Is anyone opposed?
No.
Barb?
Just, did you say it was as amended?
No, I said, is there any discussion on the motion? And
The
I said,
motion
hearing
is
none.
as amended?
I said, are there any opposed to that motion?
I didn't hear the motion.
Sorry. The motion was to confirm the agenda as presented.
And it should be as a,
because we had an addendum agenda.
Okay. I guess I'm using the original agenda here. I apologize. So the motion is to confirm the agenda as amended. Are there any opposed? Hearing none, I'll declare that passed. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest to any item on the agenda? Hearing none, if one should arise during the course of the meeting, feel free to declare it at that time. So our first order of business is the public meeting. Who will be taking that, Madam Clerk?
So I guess we'll turn it over to our planner, Clinton Stredwick now, and Alicia's going to share the screen for his presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Stredwick. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Chair Milne. I'm well, thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So you have the floor, sir. Take it away.
Thank you. So this is a final public meeting for the Southgate Community Improvement Plan. We've had quite a history of presenting this and trying to get feedback on it. So I'm hopeful we're at the end now where we can say we've done our due diligence and asked for comments, and the plan will be presented later on in the agenda and hopefully approved. So next slide, please. So a community improvement plan is essentially a plan to allow not just staff, planners and economic developers, but more generally a municipality to have tools to provide incentives to landowners and potential developers of properties that may be in need of some care or that have past their previous life in terms of maybe it was an industrial use and they want to switch it over to something else. This community improvement fund or plan, pardon me, would allow the municipality to provide incentives to help with the feasibility of those projects. Next slide, please. So here's the purpose of a CIP, and it's basically what I just mentioned, to do everything from redevelopment to beautification to facade improvements, making things more feasible, you name it. We've tried to keep it very broad to allow lots of flexibility for the township to provide support to its residents. Next slide. That's just continuing on with some of the benefits of it. So how to use the CIP. So the CIP enables us to issue financial incentives to provide property owners with funding. We can't normally just go and hand out money to owners to redevelop their property without this. So this is a big part of that. Next slide. So we have a number of different financial incentive programs, everything from the tax increment equivalent grant. That's not to be confused with the vacancy exemption or anything like that. This is completely separate from that. Building and land improvement grants, facade, property, parking area improvements, public health and safety related improvements related to a declared emergency. That one is in red in the addendum agenda. Any of the text in red is what was changed to include that particular aspect of the incentives. Essentially, they could be retroactive payments for improvements to your business or to your building as a result of a declared public emergency. Next slide. So this is just continuing on with some other grants. DC charges grants, essentially waiving grant fees and things like that. Next slide. So as you can see, it's pretty broad in terms of the number of grants that are available to the township to provide to hopefully cover off most situations where somebody would require support. So there's again an environmental study grant or brownfield tax assistance, those sorts of things. So, next slide. So as part of this, an official plan amendment is required. The official plan amendment allows the township to then pass a bylaw and adopt the CIP. That's on the agenda today, is the official plan amendments to start that whole process so that it can be sent to the county for final approval. And once it is approved, we should be able to pass the CIP bylaw, and then we can start doling out the money as the case may be. So next slide, please. So this is just the next steps. We are currently at the October 21st meeting. And as I said in there that following the public meeting, the CIP or implementing official plan amendment, we're going to forward that CIP and local PA to the county. Once that's approved by the county, we'll pass a bylaw under section 28.7, which will be passed declaring the entire township as a community improvement area then. That allows us to not just say, okay, we want Dundalk to receive this. It could be Holstein, it could be the sprawling metropolis of Drumore, it could be Wilders Lake area, you name it. Following that then, there's a bylaw is passed, adopting the community improvement plan, and then the budgeting work begins where we select and do the budgeting for incentive programs. That is a later step. And that's it, I believe. Next slide. I think that's it. So yeah, that's the nature. So we just wanted to have this at the beginning of this meeting to hear any final comments, if there are any, on the CIP. We have held public meetings back last October, or I should say 2 Octobers ago, back in 2019, and in November of 2019, and again this October and I believe September. So that being said, we've certainly gone and tried to get as much comment and input as we can, and hopefully that is the case. And we should be at a point now where we can approve it and start the ball rolling.
Alrighty, thank you, John, or thank you, Clint. I see I see the mayor has now joined us, so I'll turn the meeting over to him. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thanks. I got fiber blocks put on my lawn about a week ago, and apparently it's working great. Were there any questions from council for Clint?
Mayor Woodbury, if you don't mind, I'll just confirm that proper notice of the CIP meeting, public meeting, was given in accordance with the Planning Act, just for the record.
Okay. Thank you. So Barb, I think you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back. This question through you to Clinton. I sent an email with just a couple of questions. The bylaw later in the meeting, this is a public meeting to finalize the draft of the community improvement plan. The bylaw is actually to amend the official plan to allow us to designate the entire township as the area. And then this allows us to send the draft to the county for their comment, correct?
Close, but no cigar.
Oh.
So
Good thing I asked.
Yes, the public meeting is for it does include the CIP, but it's mainly for the official plan amendment that has to happen, because there's an official plan amendment that is required. And so it encompasses that, which the whole purpose of the official plan amendment is to enable the CIP. So we sort of did it backwards this time, where we have a CIP and we've got it all and trying to get all these comments, but in reality, we need the OP amended to allow it. So the public meeting is for both technically, but in the important part is the official plan amendment. Okay.
Okay.
So the bylaw adopting the official plan amendment that's coming forward in the agenda is just that, for the official plan amendment, and in that is wording to amend our official plan that says, thou shalt pass a bylaw designating the township or as a community improvement area, or whatever area that you want. Thou shalt include these types of wording in your official plan and your CIP, those sorts of things. So that's what it's for.
Okay, and if I may, I just had a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Yep.
So I knew that the bylaw was to amend the official plan. So this public meeting, would we normally pass that bylaw in the same meeting in which we're holding a public meeting to? I know that we've had several information sessions. I mean, this is not, this isn't new, and we knew it was coming. Is it permitted under the Planning Act to do so?
Absolutely. I wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't. But the only reason I feel comfortable in doing it is because we have had so many prior public meetings on the subject. So.
And I suspected I knew the answer, but I thought for anyone who might be tuning in for the first time and wondering, that we actually state it. And so thank you. So thanks, Clinton. And that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, hearing complete silence, not knowing whether it's my connection or whether everyone's just being quiet. Then that'll be it for this portion of the public meeting on this, I believe. Okay, so we will move on.
Mayor Woodbury, we just have
Yep.
to do members of the public to speak if there's a couple
Okay.
people on the line, so I just want to.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure where we were in the process. So
Yeah.
is there anyone from the public that would like to speak?
So I'm just unmuting people that have called in case you are calling in to speak about the CIP.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you can identify yourself, please.
Yeah, my name's Carmen Vesho. I'm part owner of a building downtown Dundalk. I was just invited to this meeting by a prospective tenant of mine, and can you give me an idea of the time frame for this community improvement plan?
I can answer that if you wish.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, Clint.
Okay, so through the chair, our timing would be is once we approve the official plan amendment, or pardon me, adopt the official plan amendment here today, it will get sent off to the county, and usually within about 10 to 15 days, the county will have had a chance to review it and approve it. And then once that's approved, the following council meeting, we can come back with a bylaw adopting the CIP and a bylaw with designating the township as a community improvement plan area. And then it would be essentially ready at that point to receive applications. Assuming council has the finance portion worked out, or it doesn't have to be council, I suppose, that whatever committee or whatnot is going to look after reviewing those applications.
Could I ask another question?
Yep, go ahead.
I just tuned in. How much money is involved in this community improvement plan, and how does it affect owners and prospective tenants directly or indirectly in general? Like, how does it help us?
Okay, well, if you apply for it based on the need for whatever project you have, so and you provide reasons and whatnot for your work, and then the maximum amount, I believe, is $3,500, if I'm not mistaken, in the current CIP. And that's $3,500 per application. So,
Is this involved? Is it just exterior work, interior work specifically?
no, it could be interior work if it's related to some sort of COVID response sort of thing. It's not intended for residential development necessarily.
Okay.
It's more for property improvements on the outside. If it is a residential building, it would probably be more limited to something like facade improvements, that sort of thing.
How about commercial residential mix? Commercial residential mix.
Well, the commercial component obviously would qualify for certain grants. You would have to look through the grants to find out which ones, and if you're doing the work, put forward the quotes and the estimates that are required for that, and submit
So
the application.
Is the information all going to be on the Southgate website?
Well, it will be in the community improvement plan, and this would be something following this adoption. It would be something you would speak to the economic development
Okay.
officer about if you're really interested in pursuing the grant. That's where I would direct you.
Okay, and are we, last question, is it only one grant per person? Is there a limit of the 3,500, or could you apply, one owner could apply for 3,500 and then have another separate project and apply for a second project for another 3,500? Is that possible, or?
I believe you can apply for more than one grant type. However, it would be, that doesn't necessarily mean you would be approved for all of those.
Right.
The committee, whoever is reviewing it, may feel that based on what they have in terms of a pool of money, because they only will have a limited amount of money, that only one grant might be eligible at this time because they want to share that amongst several properties.
Of course. And can I just ask, how much is the pool amount, the total pool of money, if you know?
There is a grant right now for $20,000, I believe, and I believe that can be supplemented by the township's own budget, if they so choose. And yeah, so right now it's 20,000, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll get back to council stuff in a second, Barb. Anyone else from the public like to make a comment? Okay, Barb.
Just to help assist Mr. Vachon, perhaps he could provide his contact information. But the CIP, the Community Improvement Plan, is available on the website. And on page 41 of 67, there's a summary of program incentives that outlines each of the grants that is available and the description and what support is available. So
yes, I can provide my contact.
It would be very helpful for you to read the Community Improvement Plan. That's all.
Lindsay, I haven't seen anyone else from the public speak up. Do you have an emailed in one, or was that, I got a copy of something. I don't know if there was actually any comment in it or not.
Yeah, I was just, I can read that one too. I received it this morning. I was just making sure no one else had any comments, but I don't think they did. There's still 3 people on the line.
Okay.
I just say, I think this is a great idea. If I can make a comment, I'm in favor of what you're doing. I think it's a step in the right direction because their town desperately needs improvements, you know. And it's not a large sum of money. I don't think 20,000 or a little bit more, but it is a step in the right direction. And maybe cosmetically we can improve the town. If I can just make that comment, there's a lot of cracked bricks and storefronts that need a little bit of deterioration improvements, if you can explain it that way, I guess, you know, like rotted wood window sills and so on, you know. Curb, you know, driveways or weeds or whatever. I'm just thinking, you know, it is a step in the right direction because I have heard over the last 10 years that the town looks a little bit run down, you know. So I commend you for doing this, and I think I'd like to participate myself.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Someone asked me for my contact, so I'm not sure.
Actually, you're better off to go on to and checking it.
Oh, sorry, it's echoing. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, you're going onto the website and checking out the CIP, and then there'll be numbers there that you could contact staff with. They'll be able to answer the stuff.
If I understood right, economic development's in charge of this? Because I spoke.
Yeah. Yes.
What's his name again? I forget. Is it the same gentleman that's been around for many years?
No, actually, you'd be talking to our CAO probably at first, and then go from there.
Okay, so when you go on the website, do you click on economic development plan or improvement plan?
The community improvement plan.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Lindsay, there was no one else from the public for comments?
No, just the written or the email that I received. So I'll just read it out. It was received from Carol Henderson. She is saying that she's working with another individual to revive the Chamber of Commerce after they finish up the Halloween festival. She says they look forward to working with Southgate and the future economic development officer on the community improvement plan, and hope that because Dundalk's population is rising so quickly and the time is perfect for the best success for new business to start up, that Southgate will initially have more focus on Dundalk to get things going in the right direction as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Was there any other comments from council?
Yeah, John, it's
Go ahead.
Martin here.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm going to be the devil's advocate here with this grant, and I apologize. I've just kind of got in and started looking at it. With this grant for the facades, is there kind of prorated? Maybe Clint or Dave can answer me this question. What kind of criteria for these grants? Like, do you look at past history of actually the people who own these buildings? Some have been let go tremendously, and what's the criteria for handing out this money? There's buildings that have been sat there that it's not been work done on for years, and all of a sudden this money's available. So it's a good thing, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, is there a very strict criteria to the grant?
Well, there is a criteria to the grant. It's going to require quotes and estimates, and it's also a carrot, meaning you don't get the money until the work is done.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep.
So it's on an application basis. So you have to convince a committee or whoever is going to review these applications that your project is going to make Southgate better and beautifuler, more beautiful.
No, I like beautifuler. Dave,
I like beautifuler too. So
yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Clint.
Yeah. Dave's gonna add to it.
Maybe I'll try and define beautifuler. I'm not sure it's in the dictionary, but we'll give it a shot here. We looked at this a few years ago, and we've already had over the years contributions to a facade, basically a facade plan to put money in budget each year. So what would be required, Councillor Shipston, would be the committee would have to come up with some criteria. So to make sure that one business didn't put up a facade that was pink and another one green, so that kind of the downtown had some flow to it and consistency. So those would be the kind of things that the committee would assess and make sure there was consistency and flow to the downtown and make it look, attractive and attracting.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Mayor Woodbury?
Yep.
Mary wanted to comment, so I'm just going to unmute her.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's good. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mary.
Okay, thanks. Yes, I appreciate the opportunity. This was just a point, maybe more of process, where under comments received from agencies and the public, there's just the SVCA comments. I know there was a public meeting that people participated in, and I was able to locate those minutes, but they don't record the specific comments. And I know some were in writing and some were given verbally. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that those contributions which were made are going to be recorded. Thank you.
Okay,
So I can answer that one, Clint.
sure.
So this public meeting specifically, Mary, is just in regards to the official plan amendment. So we didn't receive any public comments on that, just the one from the SVCA, because we emailed out to all the agencies as normal. So that's why none of those comments are here on this agenda that were received in the past. For public information, we don't typically, well, we don't ever record the actual comments. We do have the audio recording available to the public, and the planner has the comments in the file. So that's about all we have for the record there, but we could upload them to the website under a file under the planning section if that's the wish.
Okay,
Right,
thank you.
Thank you for that. It's just that by understanding, Clint made mention that this was a dual purpose meeting, but if it's specifically OPA, I do understand that, yeah.
I can add a little bit more to that.
Sure.
So as part of the process of putting in the official plan amendment that we have to submit to the county, we have to prepare a package essentially. And part of that will be the minutes from all the previous meetings we've had, and there will include in that a summary of comments received. And that summary is usually just done up by me. The comments do have to be in relation to the CIP, however, they can't be in relation to a specific building or something else that's of concern to residents that's brought up during the meeting. They have to be in relation to the actual CIP plan itself. So there was a little off track at the previous meeting where there were lots of comments, but not all of those comments related necessarily to the actual community improvement plan. So there is an audio record that usually gets included with our submission as well. So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Was there anything else, Mary?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. Anything from council?
Jason here, John.
Go ahead.
I kind of thinking over this. I wanted to ask Clint, was it 20,000 total you were saying from the county?
The treasurer might be the better one to answer this, but that was my understanding of what the grant was from the county. There may be other funds that, as Dave mentioned, that have been put aside in the past that can be added to that, but that was the grant that was provided for by the county.
Right. Now, saying that $20,000, so it's a $3,500 limit. That's going to give what, 5.5 people that money. I want the town improved as much as we can too. If it's a grant, okay. As far as us giving money, I guess I have a real problem with taxpayers' money going to a specific building. It's like you're rewarding the people that haven't kept their building up to give them a break, and the people that have kept them up and paid taxes and stuff don't get nothing out of it. I know I'm on the wrong side of the fence and I sound like a downer, but we have to look out for that. Like I don't know how you're going to improve a building with $3,500. I really don't. $20,000 from the county. Nothing against staff. The staff time and that $20,000 wouldn't fix nothing up. And I know I sound like a downer, but I just wanted to get that comment out there that I just don't think it's going to make a big difference, to tell you the truth. And that's it.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Clint wants to comment.
Okay, just a couple things. You're right, $20,000 on its own may not be sufficient, and the $3,500 might not be sufficient. but it is cumulative, meaning we can add to that over future years so that it becomes more than $20,000. We can also get more bang for our buck. It's about leveraging money more so than just giving out the money to people to do the work. They have to put in their own capital to do the work. So if a project is, say, $10,000, they're only getting $3,500 from us, right? They're not getting $10,000. So they have to demonstrate the work, and the quotes will show that. We're not going to give them more money than the quotes actually show. So there's a leveraging that happens there to promote that. And then lastly, I would also argue that your vacancy tax rebate does a great job of making sure that nobody does anything with their buildings.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is a bigger waste of taxpayers' dollars, in my opinion, because it allows status quo to stay and people to just limp along, sort of thing. So this isn't, you're absolutely right, this isn't the fix-all of everything, but it is a start, as they say, in the right direction, and more importantly, it can be built on.
Okay, thank you. Dave, you wanted to add?
Yeah, just to update, there is 20,000 in reserve from the county, and there's 18,000 in facade improvements. And there's also the option of getting some of those Eco Park funds that we get contributions from, or even the solar fund to supplement that. But it's meant to not necessarily make improvements inside the building, but more for facade anyway, for outside the building to create that attractiveness. And, you know, then we need to likely make investments downtown to, you know, we've got the RED funding that we have some money for, but how do we make and contribute to accessibility and attractiveness as well?
Okay, thanks. Did you have anything more, Jason?
Well, just to follow up to Dave's there, I understand what we're trying to do, and like I said, don't get me wrong, I want the town to look beautiful and prosper. I have a problem with taxpayers paying for one person's building or 5 persons building or 10. I understand what we're trying to do. It's just I have a problem with that when we're picking out individual businesses. I know they're applying and going through all the procedures and stuff. I just, you know, there's a lot of people in the township other than the 5 or 6 people that this 20,000 is going to go towards. But I know it will help the facade and everything. It's just a little leery on that. That's it.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I think also combined with maybe looking at getting rid of that vacancy tax reduction, the two of them together might help more. So yep, thanks for your point.
John,
Barbara, and then
yeah,
Mark.
Barb, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to whomever, we have had that $18,000 facade improvement on the books for a while, and there was no uptake. Hopefully, with the county contributing, there being a little bit more funds, this being an official community improvement plan, maybe more businesses will invest in their facilities. I've been an advocate to revamp or get rid of the vacancy tax rebate for a few years now. So I'm looking forward to those discussions. Dave, would any of the Safe Restart grant that we're going to be talking about be eligible to be contributed to that public health and safety section of the community improvement plan?
Anything to do with moving, well, definitely phase 2 money can't go towards any kind of capital investment.
Okay.
If we were to create something that would be, let's say, to support health during COVID for downtown businesses, that would be strictly for downtown. You could use some of that restart money for that.
Okay.
Okay.
And just one other question,
Yep.
if I may.
I may qualify
Just-
that answer just for a second. I'm going to go back.
Okay.
It would definitely have to be looked at based on the proposal we received. Like if, you know, one may say it a certain way and it would qualify, another one may say it another way and it won't qualify, but we have to be, there's a bit of a juggling act with capital versus, you know, definitely operating impacted expenses related to COVID and health.
Okay. All right. And
But the
just my other,
CIP really looks at long-term, making it better, not considering COVID. But I mean, that is a factor today at this point.
thank you. Just one more, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And this is just to clarify, you're saying that most of the grants are for exterior improvements to make it more beautifuler, but, and I like that. There is one grant that actually would be eligible for interior, and that's if a portion of the residential, multi-residential was to be made affordable, correct? If a percentage of apartments were going to be affordable housing.
That is correct. That is in there. And also the anything to do with the COVID portion where money to put up barrier walls and plexiglass and those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Martin?
Yeah, thank you, John, the chair. There's been a lot of things talked about. I think with the economic development downtown Dundalk, I think that vacancy, 25%, I believe, that we should really look at that because that has stopped a lot of development downtown. So I don't know if that's part of this chat or not, but we should look at that. You know, if a person's got to spend 10 grand on doing the facade outside and we can give them 3,500 bucks, you know, that's kind of prorated. And Clinton, I understand what you're saying there about, you know, we're not paying the whole shot, but when some of these buildings have been let go, and some of the apartments up that aren't being used, you know, we should look at that vacancy rate, and we should be trying every way possible to get the apartments above those beautiful stores, which could be beautiful or lure. You know, have people living downtown. That's part of the whole next 5-10 years, having people live downtown, so they will go to the shops that eventually come. So, yeah, that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from council? I agree with that comment. Okay, then that would be it for that portion of the meeting. Let's move on to 7.1, and that's Tracy Smith from BDO about our 2019 audited financial statements. Hi, Tracy. You can take it over from here.
Thanks for having me. I guess my camera still isn't working. I can see the presentations, so I'm not quite sure what's going on with that, but so I will just have to talk you through it. So I'd like to thank the council for inviting me to the virtual meeting this afternoon. I'd like to thank Liam and his team, especially John and Alan, for their assistance during the audit. It was a learning process as we navigated the virtual world, and we do appreciate everyone's patience as we completed the audit. So as your auditor, we have the responsibility to communicate with those charged with governance, which is the council. So I'm going to start with the picture, the report with the picture on it. This contains all the required communications under Canadian auditing standards. The communication is very similar year to year as the content is prescribed by the standards. So We're required to communicate those particular things on an annual basis. I'll provide just a brief summary of this communication, and it's on the screen there. It's also on page 91 of your agenda package. I'll provide a high-level overview of the draft financial statements, and then there's also a blue report on page 144 of the agenda package, and that report contains some graphical highlights of the key financial statement indicators. So I will stop a few times and to see if there are any questions. We'll start on the summary page on the next page of the, in the next page there, the summary. The financial statements, as I said, are in draft and they're provided in Appendix A. The financial statements do need to be approved by council before we can release them in final. Once the financial statements are approved, we need to acquire a signed representation letter and do subsequent events up to the date of that approval date. So we're just still, on the summary page. If you can just stay there for a minute for me, thank you. Materiality amounts are material if they would affect the decisions of users relying on the financial statements. The materiality we used was 200,000. As your auditor, we provide reasonable but not absolute assurance. So we can't audit 100% of the transactions, especially virtually. So we use the materiality to help us focus on high risk areas and to calculate sample sizes so we can do statistical selection of sample sizes. In terms of the audit findings, our audit strategy and procedures were outlined in our planning report. There were changes to our plan procedures relating to the building permits. During our testing, there were 2 building permits that could not be located, so we expanded our sample and obtained sufficient and appropriate evidence to still give support that the building permit revenue was accurate and complete. Internal control matters. We did not find any deficiencies in the internal controls we tested during the audit relating to payroll and purchases. We did, however, have one recommendation relating to general IT controls and user access to the accounting software. So we do recommend that the password policy be reviewed and steps taken to strengthen the passwords, and also to have a separate login to be used for the administrator access to the software. On the next page, management representations, a sample letter is included in Appendix C. Independence, we confirm we are independent on an annual basis. Unadjusted differences, we are required to report to you if there are any unadjusted amounts found during the audit. These are detailed in Appendix B. Since the total income statement effect is not material, we can still issue an opinion that the financial statements are not materially misstated. In terms of fraud discussion, we did not have any concerns during the audit. If council has any concerns, I can be contacted directly for any further discussions. So that is a very high-level overview of the written portion of the communication. Are there any questions before we go on to look at the numbers? Okay, hearing none.
Anybody?
Okay, so hearing none, I'm going to turn to the financial statements. They are in Appendix A, so I'll ask if we can scroll through till we get down to Appendix A. If we can scroll to page 2 and 3, page 2, the independent auditor's report. Couple more pages. Another page. Another page. Yeah, okay. So now we are at the independent auditor's report. So it's management's responsibility to prepare the financial statements. It's our responsibility as your auditor to give you an opinion on those financial statements prepared by management. And our report is on pages 2 and 3 of these financial statements. The format changed to this longer version back in 2018. The opinion paragraph is now in the first paragraph. It is an audit opinion, so that's the highest level of assurance that we can provide as a public accountant. Our opinion there is in the second paragraph. In our opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the position of the township in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So a clean opinion, no qualifications, and no issues in our report. The report goes on at the bottom of this page to define the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance. And then on the next page is the auditor's responsibility that are detailed in length. So although this is it looks long, especially compared to what it was a few years ago, it is unqualified and a clean opinion, so no issues. If we can turn to the next page, one more page, please. So now we are at the consolidated statement of financial position. So this is often called the balance sheet. So it was at a point in time. So this was back December 31st, 2019, which is a standard year end for your municipalities. At that time, on December 31st, the financial assets totaled 14.7 million, the majority of that being in your cash and your investments. The cash and investments totaled 10.4 million. So you had an increase of 3.7 million over the prior year. And that increase is largely a result of 1.7 million increase in reserves and 1.5 million increase in your development charges. So you can see that the reserves are included in your accumulated surplus at the bottom in the balance sheet. But the development charges are included in the line that says deferred revenue. So the development charges, when the money comes in, it doesn't get recorded to revenue until you actually spend the money for development charges, because they're obligatory reserve funds. So they do show up as a liability on your balance sheet. It's not something you're going to have to pay in cash, but again, it doesn't get recognized until you go to spend it. In the liabilities, on December 31st, your liabilities totaled $12.8 million, so an increase of 5.7 million. So again, part of that increase was the deferred revenue and the development charges. But then your other significant increase was you did take on some new debt during the year. There was new debt of 3.7 million, and that was for the D5 well and also for the Main Street. That brings us down to what's called the net financial assets. So the net financial assets were 1,958,000. So that is the assets less the liabilities. So this is a key financial statement indicator. When it's positive, it means you do have resources for the future. You're not playing catch up. You're not although you have some external debt, you're not the municipality's not in debt overall. So you do have resources, you have reserves for the future, and you do have the ability to take on more debt if needed in the future. Going down to the non-financial assets, the tangible capital assets, so that's all your physical assets. It is recorded at cost. You will see a significant increase from 46 million to 52 million. And again, you had some substantial projects during the year, the D5 well, the Main Street, water main, and Side Road 24. So, and various other capital projects. So you're reinvesting in your municipality. And that brings us down to the accumulated surplus of $54.7 million, and that's the equity built up over time, both your monetary and your physical assets. So there is a breakdown of that available in the blue graphical reports if we have time to have a quick look at that. Moving on to the next page is the statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So this is your operations, your transactions for the year. The revenues include all your external revenues for both operating and capital. Total revenues for the year were $13.5 million. Your expenses include the operating expenses and amortization. It does not include capital purchases or your transfers to reserve. Your expenses for the year total $9.9 million. At your August 5th council meeting, you did receive a report that presented a detailed look at variances to budget. So I'm not going to go into that that detail again for this meeting. I want to focus on the annual surplus. So that's the revenues less the expenses. So the annual surplus was $3,650,000. It's again an important financial indicator, but it is important to note that that is not the operating surplus. So an operating surplus focuses on the short term and is the amount that affects your budget and your tax rates. In August, at the August meeting, council did approve transferring your operating surplus, which was just over $500,000 to the tax stabilization reserve. This annual surplus that you see here, the $3,650,000, that focuses on the long term, and it's the amount of external revenues raised during the year after paying all your operating costs and your amortization. So you'll always want that number to be positive, and you want that to be a substantial positive number, because from that $3,650,000, that's what you need to use to pay for your capital purchases and also to pay down your debt. So on the next page, we take that $3,650,000 and we back out the amortization, which is just an estimate, a paper number, and then we deduct what you actually physically paid out for your capital assets of $7,676,000. And that brings us down to our increase or decrease in net financial assets. So you had a decrease in your net financial assets of $2,200,000. And again, this is an important financial indicator. But in this case, it can be positive or negative. Neither one is good or bad. It's positive. It's positive when you're building up your reserves. It's negative when you're using your reserves and you're using debt to finance your capital assets. So what is important is to look on how you compare to the budget number. And so you were close to what you did, what you budgeted for. So you were definitely on track with where you had budgeted. The last statement that's of your main financial statements is a statement of cash flows. And so then this is what happens to the actual physical cash during the year. So if we go to the next there, that's great. In the middle of the page, you'll see that you had $7,718,000 come in from operations, physical cash that came into your bank. You spent $7.5 million on capital assets. You got some debt financing of $3,773,000 to help pay for those capital assets, and you paid off $313,000 of your existing long-term debt. So in the end, you actually had an increase in the physical cash and investments of $3.7 million because you're still putting money into reserves and collecting development charges. So overall, the township, you are in good financial position. You've got positive cash flows of almost $10.4 million, and you got positive cash flows, and you have $10.4 million in your bank and investments, and you do have reserves of $8 million. So So overall, a good year and a strong and a good financial position. So that's a high-level overview of the financial statements. I will stop and take any questions, and if you'd like me to look at the blue graphical report, we can go on to that if there are no other questions.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. Are there any questions from council? Remember, there'll be a test on this later, so you have to memorize all those numbers.
Well, that's why they're on the screen there.
Barbara,
Tracy.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Tracy.
Hello.
I wanted to ask you about the tax arrears, and just wondering if and maybe you're going to get to that, and so you can stop me if you still have more to present.
We do talk about the tax arrears in the graphical report, but go ahead and ask your question, and we'll.
Okay. So my question is just in a general sense is our position where our current taxes collected is 91%, with that being about 17% as a percent of the levy. Is that average? Is it something that in general from other municipalities, are they tracking in around the same? Are we better? Where do we need to improve?
Yeah, so the general rule of thumb is that you want your collections to be more than 90%, which you're hitting that. In my experience with the other municipalities I have, you're probably average. There are some municipalities that have a little bit better, but by no means is there any issues there or problems. You're doing what you need to do.
Okay, super, thank you. And just one other question, Tracy, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
There is a management letter that goes to management, and you have in the past stated to council that if there are any concerns or issues, that you will bring that to council in a closed session, or if there were any concerns about things not being addressed. Just in your opinion, are we in good shape? We're not going to be expecting to see you in closed session?
No, you are not expecting to see me in closed session. There are things that I am required to communicate with council, as opposed to doing in a separate letter to management. Some of the things that are in a management letter are just more efficiencies and things like that don't affect the actual internal controls. We didn't have any issues with the testing that we did for payroll and purchases. There was that suggestion that and it is written in this report to look at maybe some of the internal, the IT,
yes,
computer controls. So I am required to bring that to your attention. It didn't impact the audit, but it is something that, especially with everything that's going electronic, that there is more of a focus on those controls. So I would recommend that you have a look at those. And the only other thing I did mention earlier in the letter that we did have to expand our testing in the building permit side, but again, we're giving a clean opinion that everything is okay, but we did have to expand and change our testing a little bit.
Yep, I saw that, and that's terrific. Thanks very much, Tracy.
Okay.
Any other questions from council?
Yeah, it's Martin here, Chair.
Sure. Yep, go ahead,
Tracy,
Martin.
You mentioned the DC charges and the reserves are making a good effect on what you audited. As far as reserves go, I've always been impressed that the township's never been scared to put stuff in the reserves. Is there a benchmark percentage that could be put in a reserve, or is there a benchmark percentage that is a good idea to put into reserves no matter what every year to bump up the overall strength of the township as a corporation? Does that make sense?
Yep. So there is no hard and fast guideline. That really is dictated by your capital, your 10-year capital plan and your capital asset management plan. So
Okay.
it's really important to have a good control on that long-term planning, because that's really what's going to guide you on how much reserves to have. There are a few.
Sorry, the internet and I aren't talking right now.
There's a few benchmarks in that you want to have some working capital reserve enough to cover any taxes that are in arrears, and usually when you say put into reserves every year, it's always a good idea. And maybe if we can, while I'm talking here, if we could go to page 144 of the package to the blue report, there's some things in there that I can kind of answer your question here. So the blue report, in the blue report, there's some graphs about capital assets. So basically you want to have your capital asset purchases more than the amortization. So you certainly hit that this year. But in years where you don't have huge amount of capital assets, it is good business practice to be able to put that difference into reserve if you're in a year where you don't have a lot of capital purchases, so that you don't have big swings in your tax rates trying to finance capital big projects when they come along. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
That's good. Martin, was there any more that you wanted to? Well, you may have lost Martin.
No, I'm trying to keep the internet connections down here. I'm having trouble. No, I think it's always good to have reserves, and I know the township has always put money. I just wondered if there was a benchmark, and Tracy answered my question. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks. Any other questions? Well, silence is good sometimes.
So I'll
Good.
maybe just go, if we have time, I'll maybe just quickly go through this graphical report, if that's okay, for
Sure.
the mayor. Okay.
Yeah.
So the blue report is on the screen there. So if we can just go to the first page where you are today, that highlights some of the things that I already talked about: having a good cash position, your long-term debt. Although you did take out some long-term debt during the year for capital projects, you still are well within your well within your limits. Looking at the net financial asset number, again, even though it went down, you're still in a positive position. The accumulated surplus, this is where I said I'd give you details of what made up that 54.7 million on your balance sheet. So you have 52 million that you've invested in capital assets. You still got 5 million that you paid for with debt, so you have to fund that over the next few years. You have a little bit of unfinanced capital, 586,000 of unfinanced capital. So again, that's got to be part of your capital asset management plan to finance those amounts. And then you'll see no surplus. This would be the only place you'd see the surplus or deficit. And since you've already transferred it to reserve, it's included in that $8 million of reserves there at the bottom. On the next page, looking at the tangible capital assets. So this is the breakdown between your roads and sewer and equipment. On the next page is where I was referring to the fact on the next page. So the blue bar is your actual capital purchases. Your red bar is the amortization. So in years where you don't have a significant amount of capital purchases, that's the year you want to top up your reserves, and typically you want the blue bar to be higher than the red bar. Taxation, again, some of those stats, and had an earlier question about the collection. Your collection is 91.3, which is above the average, and it has improved a little bit over the last 5 years. And your tax arrears has been fairly consistent too. We need to then the next page for the taxation. Yeah. And then if you go another one page again, just a graphical look at your assessment and tax levy. Then some more key stats on your taxation on the next page. Again, I won't go into these in a whole lot of detail, but they are there for your reference. The next page looks at revenues and comparing your revenues to your budget and over the 5 years, because it's always interesting to see where you've come, not just 1 year, but over the 5 years. And again, the expenses are on the next page with a 4-year comparison and also to your budget. And then looking at a graphical report on the next page with your expenses by function, and then by object, which is whether you're paying salaries or materials or contracting out. And then finally, the last page, and again, this gives you a summary of where you are in reserves. And it's nice to look at the 5-year, and as I'm sorry, I forget which counselor we were talking about with the reserves. You've definitely come a long way from 2015. At that time, you only had 4.1 million in reserves. So you've managed to almost double the reserves in the 5 years. Which is definitely a prudent practice to build up the reserves and then look at those in terms of what your needs are, looking at your 10-year capital forecast, and are you gonna be able to fund all the capital that you want in the next 5 to 10 years. So again, that was just a quick look. The graphical report is the same numbers that are in your audited financial statements. They're just in a different format than accounting standards, and sometimes a little easier to read. So, any further questions?
Hey, Brian has one for you. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, it's a comment, more so, looking at the taxation sheet there, the percentage changes. It's interesting to see why agriculture, why we get those presentations from the OFA at the county level, looking for a change in the tax rate for farmland. You can see the difference in assessment values over the last few years. Farmland has increased as a percentage of the assessment far faster than residential has. So, agriculture is bearing the brunt of tax increases from that respect, or the tax burden rather. The question I had, if I might, is that in the absence of former Councillor Pallister, and I'm sure Tracy knows what I'm going to ask, I'm wondering if you could give a little brief synopsis of materiality and what the level was this year.
Okay, so materiality is if it would affect the decisions of users relying on the financial statement. So we use 200,000, but that doesn't mean that we don't look at anything under 200,000. 200,000 is the overall number that's used, and that's based on 2 to 3% of average revenues, which is standard for public sector entities. So when we do the 200,000, what we we take the 200,000 and that's overall. So if your statements, if I found something that was $200,000 and it needed to be adjusted in your financial statements and it wasn't, then I would qualify my report and say that these statements aren't materially misstated. They're materially misstated. But when I do my testing, I take the 200,000 and I take a portion of that. So I take 75% of that. And that's what I call performance materiality. So then I use that performance materiality to calculate to calculate my statistical samples, and it's all math oriented. But then I take 10% to 20% of that performance materiality when I'm looking for invoices or things of a big nature that might show that there's something that needs to be adjusted. So in the end, I'm actually really looking at things like that are like $10,000 to $20,000, not $200,000. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense, and I really appreciate you explaining that, and I will convey your message to Mr. Pallister that things are well in hand. Thank you so much.
And I don't think any mention of Dale would be complete unless somebody said something about cowboy math. And that's usually how he calculated stuff, so.
I am entirely sure that Tracy does not do cowboy math.
No. But Dale was pretty accurate with it, or is pretty accurate with it. Any other questions from council? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much, Tracy. Yeah, I appreciate all the work that goes into this. I know for our staff and for you and yours, it's a fair bit of work. So thank you very much.
Thanks for having me here this afternoon.
Oh, Brian has another question. Nope.
Actually,
just waving goodbye.
Oh, okay. Just wait.
Actually, through the chair, something just popped in my little mind here. Martin here. Tracy, we said all this materiality and percentages. Is there a number, a minor percentage as for losses that just get written off? You mentioned, 200,000, it could only be 20,000. Is there a percentage to the books that is just written off just because it's a write-off?
Well, not.
No.
There's nothing like that?
No, nothing gets written off unless, when you say written off, I think of receivables. So if you didn't collect, or if you can't collect something, and it's been there for a long time, there might be a write-off. But there's nothing that I do or request your management to do to write things off.
Well, I didn't mean to imply anybody did that, but from past history, there was some people I worked with government. There was always a percentage that could be written off, and it just got lost in the mix. But that's higher government, I guess. So, again, I think we do a great job, and thank you for your report.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we do have the motion to receive this presentation for information.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yeah.
Just before you continue, I just want to make sure, Councillor Frew, are you on the line still?
Yep.
And Councillor Shearson?
Yes, I'm still online.
Okay, thank you.
Don,
Mr. Chair.
I saw William there. He wanted to, or Liam, he wanted to maybe comment. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to announce that we had the mover and seconders for this. It was moved by Barbara, seconded by Brian. Liam, hi, how are you?
We're talking about write-offs. I just wanted to clarify that in the books, there is an account called write-off taxes, that whenever there is an adjustment to somebody's tax bill subsequent to the final billing, or if the tax class changes or they go from residential to farmland and we do an adjustment on their account, there is a relatively small amount that goes to that account each year. So it's not it's more of an adjustment on your tax bill than it is a write-off. So the account is called write-offs.
Thank you, Liam.
Did we lose the mayor? Oh,
No,
Here he
I
comes.
just was speaking for a little while.
there we go.
Yeah, just froze up for a while. But I saw Barb's hand up. I don't know if it's just something I'm seeing or, yep, there you go, Barb. Go ahead.
No? Thank you, Mr.
Yep.
Chair. Actually, because I
Yep.
saw him, I did have a question that I was just going to ask him later, was under Tracy's final, the Southgate year-end report, the total revenues, where we are under budget about, what's that, about $1,600? $1.6 million. I wish it was only $1,600, which was entirely a shortfall in grants and other income. I understand grants more or less, but what would that other income shortfall of $1,300,000 shortfall, what would that constitute? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I noticed it when she was presenting.
First, can
Petty
you refer
cash?
to a certain page to make sure that I am answering the correct question?
So page 9 of 12 of Tracy's Southgate year-end report, the blue report, as she referred to it, total revenue.
Well, I can actually, if Liam would like me to jump in there, it had to do with, you had budgeted to sell significant properties.
Got it.
And they didn't close until the next year.
Thank you for the reminder. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. Okay, were there any other questions? Okay, so we have the motion to receive this, like I said, moved by Barbara, seconded by Brian. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Hearing none, declare that passed by unanimous consent. And again, thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to adoption of the minutes from October 7th, moved by Jim, seconded by Jason. Any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none. Is anybody opposed to that motion? I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. And next we move on to report of the officers, 9.1.1, Liam's report, and it's the financial audited statements, moved by Brian, seconded by Barbara, and that's that that we receive the audited statements and approve it. Liam, did you want to add anything to that?
Nope, the purpose of this report is basically to get approval of the annual audited financial statements.
Yep, thank you. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Is anyone opposed to the motion? And I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. 9.1.2, that's the Safe Restart Agreement, the municipal funding, moved by Jim, seconded by Brian. Did you want to add anything to that, Liam?
Just that I brought this report forward because I know council's aware that we got phase 1 funding of 195,000. However, the deadline to request to submit a proposal for potentially receiving phase 2 funds is October 30th. And if the council wishes to do that, then the ministry requires a resolution of council for that application. So I'm just prepared this report to indicate that we're actually, due to COVID-19, we're actually projecting a surplus due to COVID-19, mainly due to the savings and cost of the library and the recreation. And I don't anticipate that us having sufficient expenses to qualify for a phase 2 funding.
Okay, thank you. Now that with that I'm just wondering if we are going to have to do some fairly major changes with COVID and office space and different things like that. I wonder if we may want to have that motion in pocket anyways. Dave, what do you think on that? Okay, first we'll get Dave a microphone that isn't muted.
Yes, the number one statement at every council or every meeting, turn your mic on. So now that it's on, you're going to have to hear from me. The phase 2 funding is very, very clear that it would not accept capital.
Okay.
We can stretch capital investments a bit, like the screening within the office, to modify and enhance the employee safety. You know, we're stretching it. Maybe we're looking at laptop and printer purchases that we wouldn't have had to make if we didn't have this COVID thing. So, but in phase 2, they're very clear that no capital. It would be, you know, other losses that you incur because of COVID. You know, more so in that transit market where, you know, if the Highway 10 transit we think is affected by COVID, then likely the county and us could dip into something. But anyway, that's capital is a no-fly. It has to be operating.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that transit funding is a separate funding pot. This funding we receive cannot be used for transit.
Correct. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Barb?
So through the chair to Liam, so even with our lost revenue, without being able to rent out any of our facilities, we haven't had any revenue in recreation, the library, like we're in a surplus in spite of the lost revenue. But are we in a surplus because of other good management or because, you know, we increased the taxes? And we had an increase in municipal assessment. So how is it that we have good management, but we would be in a better surplus if we'd had that revenue? Or perhaps we're not in a surplus because we would have had that revenue because we don't have the lights on and the heat on in these facilities. So can you expand a little bit on the surplus part?
We also weren't paying wages on to the full extent on some of the stuff too. It was going, I know Ethan worked in the roads and things like that. But go ahead, Liam.
No, I do understand
Well, I'd
that.
like to refer council to attachment 1, where I've sort of tried to identify what we project to be COVID-19 related changes in revenues and expenses, which results in that net surplus of 83,000 of COVID related items. So like for example, the first line is we actually, due to our decision on waiving the penalty, we lost $23,000 on that. But then we are saved under fire. We saved $62,000 compared to budget by delaying the hire of the fire prevention officer. And the province expected municipalities to do their best to find savings to offset any COVID additional costs. Whereas, so those would be in addition to the library and the recreation, which when they're operating, they essentially operate at a loss because that's why they require taxation funding. So if they don't operate, that is a savings for COVID related purposes.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? Brian?
I think you'll see that large municipalities that run large transit systems, they're the ones that are really bearing the brunt of this because they ran those transit systems with basically no revenue. So that's, I think, where most of the phase 2 funding will likely end up.
Okay.
If I might add, I would think municipalities that were mostly affected would be those that have home for the aged and transit systems and public health. Those ones would be most affected, I would think, for getting COVID deficits.
Okay. Jim, Alice, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good people. I just want to point out, like in a lot of these departments, what's lacking and where it's a savings is training. But that's affecting the workforce in various ways. I know myself trying to renew my water license right now. I'm being affected, but those savings won't come in other future years. But it's related, but it's unfortunate that we aren't getting the training that we necessarily need. So just want to add that.
Yeah, thank you. Dave, and then Barb.
That's a really good point, because we had this discussion yesterday. How in this day and age right now, how do you do first aid training?
Mhm.
I mean, you can't. I mean, so we're looking at virtual training for that, and we're talking to municipal affairs to, see if there's some, contingency plan or forgiveness, because some of our first aid does come up in the new year.
Yeah. Barb. Jim again.
So I guess it would be a far reach to be able to, because it's capital, I guess, but it's also operating. We had to purchase a pickup truck to provide safe transport for our employees. Can we factor in any portion of that?
That would be creative financing.
Well, I will say the CEO and I have had some discussions as to because the direction for the funding was to address operating pressures. So, which is why the CEO has commented how we're stretching a little bit by potentially using it for laptops, which is a capital pressure, not an operating pressure. So, though the province has given us the municipality to expend things at their discretion. So,
Maybe I'll extend on that. My comments is that I think a pickup truck would be stretching the limits of creative financing or whatever quite a bit, because you're going to have that for multiple years, where one could say,
Tracy.
Yes. Well, if she can make it work, then we'll make it work.
That's right. Jim, go ahead.
Just again to add to the training component, this is some developmental training for road school, that type of nature of training. They have brought on some virtual type training too to help with some of this, but this is more developmental training that we've used annually over time that isn't being accomplished. So just in relation to, the sports industry and young athletes trying to come up and get going or whatever, this is going to put things backwards and regress development of future stars in anything, in works and sports or whatever.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, John Martin here. I like that comment that Jim Ellis said about the training, because and also Councillor DeBreen's comments about how sometimes capital and operating is so gray. Is there any way we could apply for a like the COVID grant to cover training, looking forward to the future for other, hopefully not after COVID stuff that comes through? Like, I agree with everything with all the funding going to the urban areas because of transit, as Deputy Mayor said, it got hit with transit and all these other things. But there certainly is a divide between urban and rural, and the COVID and funding is not an intentional. It's just where the money goes. Could we apply, Dave or Liam, for keeping up staff to learn, because we don't have the opportunity to go to the city for water treatment seminars and stuff. So would there be money available?
I would guess that's where the things like the laptops and that would come into it, that having to use those instead of going to training. So I think that's the type of thing that we could stretch into.
Yeah.
Well, no, but we could stretch the funding and apply for the second round of grants. I don't know. We could try.
Michael.
Goodness knows we've tried for getting a lot of grants and we never get them, but this is something important to the township as far as keeping everybody safe. And why get penalized because we're trying to do everything right and we're in good stead.
Michael there.
Comment.
Liam, go ahead.
So I just wanted to comment that we received $195,000, of which, according to my schedule, we already have an $83,000 surplus. So really, we have $83,000 plus $195,000 to spend to support the phase 1 funding. So I think the department heads should get together in developing the 2021 budget to see what we could possibly be identified as a COVID-related expenditure in 2021 that is a carryover from 2020 to use up the funding we already have. I don't think that we have sufficient evidence or information to apply for phase 2 COVID funding due to the October 30th deadline.
Okay. No, thank you, Liam.
We need to discuss the current funding at budget time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know we have to go through the hoops, but just a question. Thank you very much, Liam.
Michael, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, it's just a comment. My comment is that, I mean, we need to take this as a learning thing too, because I mean, we can see now that we can save money by doing these virtual meetings, virtual training seminars. Like, it's probably a lot cheaper to do one virtually. I know like the first day we can't because it's got hands-on training, but some of the other training we can see now that, you know, we can offer the training, we can train more people for less money because we're not sending them away. We don't have mileage to pay. We don't have hotels. And, you know, that's a big savings to the township. So we can train more people on less money. I mean, we never would have seen this without COVID-19. So, I mean, we got to take some of these things and, you know, make it a new policy. That's the way we do things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know even from council's expenses, Dave and I went to AMO this year, which was supposed to be in Ottawa, and it was done online. I think Brian was at that too. Yes, you were. And so, yeah, we saved the expenses of hotels and travel and everything else. So, yeah. Dave, did you have something with that?
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. I mean, we're struggling to find ways to spend the phase 1 money because everything we do, we don't have seemingly those extra expenses that you would have with going to a training course. With that said, are we saving time? Sure we are, but it's being consumed. And I guess what we're not really tracking well is the time that we spend on the COVID stuff, the COVID discussions. But that's a whole other discussion that we maybe need to use or to place in our 2021 budget to track that actual COVID committee meeting time. And but again, that's all devils in the details. But for sure, we are learning from the COVID outcomes to save money, not traveling to meetings with developers and doing it virtually. And when you stop traveling, you're in the same seat and doing the next task within minutes. So anyway, that's but we understand what Councillor Shipston's saying, and we're trying every which way to do this. And but if anyone has suggestions, please let us know, and we'll definitely try to focus that funding that way, because we will have expenses coming out of this that maybe some of this can't cover, and we'll have to use modernization funding, which we have in reserve. So anyway, a lot more discussions, I think, on this topic in budgeting time for sure.
Yep. Any other questions or comments?
Just John Martin here. That was my point, to try and get a discussion around it. So I know everybody's trying to do their best. So, but I like Michael's comments too, Councillor Sherston. So very good.
Yep, good, thank you. Okay, so you have the motion before you there, and it was moved by Jim, seconded by Brian. Not seeing any further discussion. Is anyone opposed to that motion? Hearing none, I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. It's almost 2:45, and we're just going to move to Dave's reports. You guys want a quick 5-minute stretch break, or? Okay, so it's 41, so come back at 10 to 3. Barb, you have something? Or just waving hi? Okay, we'll see you at 10 to.
Hey, John Martin here.
Hello.
Hey, my friend. Before we start, how's everything going?
Coming along better.
Yeah, Linda's
Yeah.
doing good.
Better. Yeah.
Better. Yeah,
Better.
I know. We got
Good.
stuff going. We got stuff going on here. It could always be better. So
Yep.
no,
Yeah.
it's good. So,
Yeah.
miss playing guitar with you, bro.
Yeah. Yep. I've looked at mine quite a bit, but I don't seem to be able to get my hand.
That's about it too. I can't play my drum set because it's too freaking loud. Well, it's a drum set, for goodness sake. So I guess in a way, COVID-19, I'm insulating my basement and doing drywall. So I guess things are good. You have to look at the silver lining, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Lindsay, how are we doing for people?
We'll just maybe do a quick roll call, just so we make sure we have everyone. So I see yourself,
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Milne,
I see him.
he's there. Councillor Dobreen, Councillor Shipston,
I'm here, love. Thank you.
Councillor Rice,
Yep, I'm here.
Councillor Shearson,
Yeah, I'm still here.
Councillor Frew. Councillor Frew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right, we're good, John.
Okay. I'll call the meeting back to order then.
I'm working with the phone here to try and keep the council meeting going because of this bloody computer. So what is it you want me to do now?
You're good, Jim. You're on.
Yep. Okay, so next we'll move on to Dave's report, and that's the Southgate Welcoming Community Plan, moved by Barbara and seconded by Jason. Dave, did you want to speak to that?
Not really. I think it's self-explanatory unless there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Barbara?
So through the chair and to Dave, you are only suggesting that the mayor and deputy mayor work with staff and the community on this.
Well, the reason for that is, connections to the county. And if we go with 3 people, then it's got to be, like a public meeting. And we want, this is a meeting about brainstorming and not about, formal process. And to get ideas, everyone at the table will have no titles, and we'll just brainstorm based on our expertise with the community and talk about like a public consultation, larger roundtable, and bringing businesses into it once a month, once every 2 months, or whenever this group feels is necessary to kind of move the yardstick down the road a little bit further. But this is also making connections with the county social services and housing, because we're in discussions right now with Anne Marie and the planning department about more affordable housing and projects in Dundalk. So it's just how do we become a more welcoming community? How do we address maybe some of this bullying in the parks, in the school, having the principals at the table so that it's a rounded discussion and that we can make decisions, not make decisions, but recommendations that we can bring back to council to do some stuff that, and I think there's a lot of little things we can do, making sure that all our, programs are intersecting and not conflicting. Making sure that Junction has a place. They're already doing some good things from what we're hearing. They've put it out there to young people to connect with them, and they've made connections already. So just keeping the ball rolling on being welcoming and making this a better place.
So no offense to mayor and deputy mayor, 3 members of council would not constitute quorum of council. But I do hope that you're reaching out to people like Ethan Henry, who brings a younger focus to the table.
Yeah, I mean, he's already been in the discussions when we toured the junction people around. You know, we're going to have library involved. We're going to have recreation programming involved. It's got to be all inclusive. If we have 3 members of council, then it has to be a committee meeting, and we have to have minutes, and we have to provide public notice. This is a committee to create action without titles that we can report back to, and maybe we make a committee of council someday, but I think we need to have a brainstorming session first that we can bring something back to council to talk about.
And I like to think that I'm.
Well, your audio cut out there, so maybe that was appropriate. You got bleeped out there, Brian.
I said I'm young at heart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're younger than me, so.
Everything's debatable.
Yep. Any other questions or comments on this? Okay. Hearing none, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to this motion? Okay, declare that passed by
Message
unanimous.
on here says all data uses and notification.
Yep. Okay. Next is 9.2.2, moved by
Sorry,
Brian.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
What was the comment? I didn't hear it.
Oh, Jim, did you want to repeat that?
Yeah, I would like it unblocked so I can continue with this meeting.
Oh, okay.
You're not blocked, Councillor Frew.
No.
You can go ahead.
Yep.
What was that?
You're not blocked at all now. Okay, so 9.2.2 is moved by Brian, seconded by Jim, and it's the CAO report. Dave?
Okay. Let me just get to my report.
You can unblock it, can't you?
Councillor Frew, we can hear you speaking. You're not muted.
I'm sorry, what's that?
We can hear you speaking. You're not muted on our end.
Well, I'm trying to get Bell to put this bloody system back in order, and they're giving me a hard time. They've got it blocked.
Okay, well, you're participating in this meeting. We can hear you fine.
Okay, I'm going to turn the volume down on this so I can get this guy to unblock me.
Okay.
Okay. So,
okay,
go ahead, Dave.
So, point of privilege, is Councillor Frew in the meeting, or is he in a meeting with Bell?
He's trying to straighten out his connection and still monitoring.
Yeah, they can hear me at the council meeting. But my screen isn't working.
So, Councillor Frew, just keep participating on your phone like you are right now. And then we'll just continue if that's okay. We can figure out the screens later offline.
Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so
No.
I think Lindsay's taking care of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we'll just check in with Councillor Frew at the end of each report or something and try and keep him engaged. So report 064 is basically a CO report, reporting on multiple things, and we've had some discussions about the Phase C opening. We've actually had a meeting yesterday and did even further retraction that multiple staff are going in less frequently, and some are going in at nights, but the public works manager will be working at home again because with the cases and the density of staff, we just can't have as many staff in the office because of social distancing. The clerk and the treasurer will be juggling through the week on 2 and 3 days working. And well, it's myself. I'll be working out of the office more and going in 1 day a week or at nights to get things done. But with a new hire in the office and the social distancing, we've moved people around and made some changes just to get through this kind of pause with the increased cases to be safe and I think show leadership in the area of the public and protection. The next step, if it gets worse, will be possibly retracting on the amount of opening. Maybe the library and the municipal office will be a consideration, whether we narrow the hours or but anyway, we'll just see as this thing goes along. We're kind of at a bit of a crossroads right now, and I think need some short-term plans to create long-term improvements. The next thing, unless there's any comments there, we can take, they're both kind of tied together. We also have talked about the Southgate Christmas party and had some discussions with the mayor on this, and we think it's obviously and the deputy mayor, but it's a bit reckless to consider a Christmas party. And we think the proposal that we've put forward, it will do some good things as far as investing money back into the community. And it may well be we could look at some of that restart money as a way to show investment in businesses by increasing the budget a bit to do that. But we've just thrown numbers here. It will cost more because there's higher participation, but I think plan does inject money that would be good for some of the more food sector businesses that are getting hurt right now. But as this as this letter shows it's attached, we can buy gift certificates from multiple locations to try and spread the wealth around. But just looking for comments on that. It's an issue, but I think there's been enough stress in all workplaces that we still need to do some of these good things that we always do each year, and show appreciation. But I think hopefully this is a creative way to inject money back into the business community within Southgate.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Brian, you comment first.
I just wondered, your list of businesses there was somewhat limited, and I know you're open to others. I just wanted to be sure, to be clear, that people are allowed or will be encouraged to suggest other businesses that they may wish a certificate purchased from. Is that correct?
Well, and that's what we could go and we could create a list of businesses, but we're going to miss somebody, and that's what the 10th selection is other Southgate businesses.
That's my point. I want to make sure that people understand that they can.
Absolutely. I mean, if you literally want to go and get someone to make harness for your horse, we'll get a gift certificate for $50 worth of harness. That's as far as we can go. But we tried to put all the restaurants that we think we have, or kind of grocery type outlets, food outlets, because I know some of them have been taking the pain a little bit harder. But anyway, and I'm open to changing this whole thing.
I think it's a great idea. I think the businesses in the township will be appreciative, and because, as earlier was noted, the expense for counselors alone for mileage has basically stopped. I'm thinking the budget can well afford to up the budget for something like this to try to help some of our businesses for sure. Good job. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, Brian. I think the other thing that for me that goes hand in hand with this is our employees have really stepped up through this whole thing, through the whole deal with working from home or disturbed workplaces and shifting to other things. I've been really impressed with how our employees have done, and so this is just a little token instead of the Christmas party. So yeah, Martin, you had something, and Barb, you're after Martin.
Yeah, through the chair, Dave, the Southgate Restart Phase C program is still there, but it's under pressure. Again, I mentioned the divide between the urban and the rural. We're doing a great job of keeping the COVID-19 under wraps. I know there's been some cases that have been coming up. Do you think that we will go back, or do you really see a reason to, because of where we are? We only have, and thank you so much for all those updates. We only have so many active cases. And unfortunately, there is always this, all the different cases. This case is here, and this case is here, and positive case, not a positive case, and all the people that are set up into looking after controlling people, like all the things that happened in the schools. It was one family. The schools weren't closed down. It was one family. Do you think we really should go back into roll everything back? Because our numbers are actually, I hate to say it, our numbers are actually really good compared to the urban. And then we have urban people coming up. So should we really turn it back? I have one more comment.
So I'm going to answer that question by a couple ways. If I was to say we should roll it back or we shouldn't roll it back, let's say I say today we shouldn't roll it back. In 2 days, I might change that answer, because what I do know is I don't know. And I think we need to, like every day I send you out that report from the health unit, and we see no Southgate cases. But I think we shouldn't take a look at the Southgate cases. We need to look at the Grey Bruce Health Unit cases. They're on the rise, and they're well controlled, but they're still back to those times when we're back in April, May, June, seeing cases every other day. We're seeing a lot more times when we see 3 cases or 2. It's just, I think luckily Southgate hasn't get hit, but it's going to be our turn one of these times, because as hard as we try, and I know the public, I think the public kind of watch what we do, and we need to be the leaders, and we need to be overly safe and overly cautious on these group gatherings, and I think people are. But all it's going to take is one, little event, and who knows, like this startup of hockey, where's that going to go? I would say the 1st of December, we can have a better discussion when we got 4 or 6 weeks of those kind of gatherings under our belt. But, like all it takes is one person coming home from work from down south, and it's not their fault, but it could cause an outbreak. I mean, there's a little bit of havoc right now in that Osprey area, but I mean, when you listen to Dr. Eyre like we did this morning, they are so got it under control. But when's the next little outbreak going to happen? And I mean, we're so close to Dufferin, we're so close to North Wellington. It's better to be safe and show, I think, public leadership that we are being safe, rather than, acting like some of the people are down south of us. When I say south of that Canadian border, we don't want to be, anyway.
Good point.
Martin, we may have a discussion in a week, and I could be even more cautious, or I could be, say, hey, let's get back at it. But I'd like to see a couple weeks of some no cases, and then we can maybe be assured, but that's not the way things have been trending. And it's hard to make decisions around what we're seeing, but just slow, I think, wins this race.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, Dave. I'm just saying, do we really have to roll back anything? Because our numbers are basically good. Like,
I think,
quite frankly, you're giving out gift certificates for restaurants. Isn't that against everything that you just said in this thing? And I totally agree with that. I'd rather see that money spent budget-wise on a Christmas party. If you can't give it out, it has to be spent. It is budgeted.
But I think we can, those can be done through takeout and those kind of safe processes.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. No, I absolutely get what you're saying. But there's got to be a happy balance that we got to get money into our economy and we got to be safe.
Oh, I'm not saying anything about the gift. I think that is a great idea. Whoever came up with that, kudos. That's a brainchild, perfect idea. I'm just concerned with the economy in Grey Bruce that to roll it back. I think York was the only one that ever got put. It was Toronto, Ottawa, and whatever, and then York got put in there. Like we're still, well, we don't really want to screw the economy by rolling back too soon.
No. And let me be clear, Martin, that what we're talking about rolling back is, maybe to be safe, because in actual fact, we're not getting many people coming in the door of the library. Do we roll back
I know that.
Less inside the library and still do curbside, still get the books out there? Because that was the benefits of that was really well received. But if we need to help manage community spread, are we showing leadership by actually closing our doors and saying, hey, this is serious now? But again, we could discuss this every week and have different opinions.
I'm just saying it because it's a point of discussion. I don't disagree with you. It's just something to think about.
I think the thing to keep in perspective too, and I appreciate your comments there, Martin, but I have a friend that works in Orangeville and at one of the car dealerships and on Highway 9. And they said, you know what? Across the road is Peel. And Peel is one of the ones that's been stepped back. So with how much we have to do with Orangeville or south that way, it is rolled back for the public fairly close. And I think with the committee we have of staff members, seeing how the staff is comfortable where they work, that they can work, and that they feel protected, I think rolling back the staff, our staff portion, without making more rules for the public, is a real positive thing and take a slow move forward. Anyone else? Barbara? Yes, I have you on my list here. Go ahead, Barb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave, with regard to the Christmas party, the gift program, the gift card program, I think I support that. I mean, we have employees, we have volunteers on boards who, although the Seniors Advisory Council, when can they get back to meeting, or are they that maybe they have virtually, but I know that I think that they would welcome the opportunity of getting back to business, even if it's just figuring out how to get together socially from a distance or reaching out to other seniors, whatever that entails. But we do have we have employees who have stepped up hugely out of their comfort zone, but have continued to keep things going forward. And I support the initiative. We have a lot of commuters that go to the GTA, like you said, Dave, that just because our numbers haven't increased, they could tomorrow So we have to do this day by day, step by step. You know, it could change, the conversation could change tomorrow. And we're being aware and proactive. So just wanted to thank the staff and anyone else who's been working toward, you know, keeping us moving in the right direction. And, you know, we've got winter coming. So I just wanted to mention that because I do have a family member on another board, I won't be taking the additional, I'm not going to double dip. I'll waive my gift certificate, but yeah, we have to do something to say thank you. And this is very small indeed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, any other comments?
Jason here.
Go ahead, Jason.
Just wondered, Dave, you said about the new hire. What do you do for protocol bringing in a new person into the, like we're putting people out of the office and you're bringing a new one in? How does that work? Is there any protocol on that?
Yep, and you're muted again, Dave.
Sorry, every day that the staff come in, they have to sign in to make sure they don't have any kind of symptoms. And that's tracked on a weekly basis, and then HR logs those reports. So we're also creating a workspace with shielding around them, but there will be a person training that individual. And once they're trained, I mean, we're going to create likely a bit more separation, hopefully in that area as well. But yeah, it's just, you know, we need to continue and march on and provide services. And that was a hire we needed to do for planning purposes, especially.
And on that account, maybe I missed it, but who did we hire?
Oh, the asset management.
Okay, I thought the last one we were talking.
No.
Yeah.
There is.
There's a, Councillor Rice,
Go
there's
ahead.
a report. There's a report under regular business consent on the new hire for the customer service position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I must
Barbara?
have missed it. Yeah.
Yep. Barbara, do you have your hand up again?
Yeah, actually, just in follow up to, or offside to Jason's comment, do you think that we could have our new asset management coordinator and our new customer service administrative person join us on one of our Go meetings so that we can say hello and welcome them to the organization and actually put a face with a name, since we're not allowed into the township office?
Sure, we can do that. You're definitely going to see the asset management person as part of the capital budgeting process. So, but yeah, we can have the clerk coordinate that for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
No, John, just Martin here. When I was talking about the restart, I didn't mean that as anything against the staff or whatever. I just, you know, with the province saying you can't do this, you have to stay home, you have to do here. I realize that our township is really good, and we are, Dave, I think we are showing leadership, and I think the other counties or townships in this Grey Bruce, we are showing leadership because our numbers are low. Yes, we have numbers. So I didn't mean to say anything about staff or you know, coming in. We have to do what's right. But because of where we are, you know, the people still like to work with each other, and we are doing social distancing. So I didn't mean anything derogatory. As far as the Southgate Christmas party, again, if it was me with what Councillor Breen said, everybody's doing their bit. Too bad it can't be $60. Because there is a lot of stuff going on that we have to deal with. And I do think it's great that I know as Deputy Mayor Mills said, there are a limited number of like Dundalk Foodland and all the other ones mentioned, but they actually do represent a good cross section of the major businesses in Southgate Township that lost money. The restaurants, agricultural middlemen like JMR Meats. So again, I didn't mean to be derogatory or saying anything bad, but with these, you're only limited to so many. I think whoever made up this choice of gift certificates did a good job, because I think these were the hardest hit in this pandemic. So a good idea. Kudos to whoever made that up, and we'll go from there.
Yep. Thanks, Martin. Dave?
No problem.
Yeah, Councillor Shipson, please don't take anything from our discussions that we were upset with you, because I would welcome once a week somebody calling me and giving me advice on what to do on some of these things, because they're difficult decisions. So I think, give me a call once a week if you have a idea, because we welcome it. These are hard decisions, and it's difficult times.
Oh no, I can certainly do that. We've had chats, Dave. So
absolutely, drive on.
There's an old English saying, it's like water off a duck's back half the time. So we go there. But no, this was a great idea for the township, for the employees, and for the township as a whole. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Martin. Any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. Just as a way of comment from me, I'm going to fill in that little blank spot for other there, and I'm going to put the food bank. So there's things like that we can do as well. So that's where the one from me will end up going. If anyone else feels moved that way, you can do that one if you want, or any of the businesses. And I think that's the beauty of this. Is anyone opposed to this motion? Oh, Barbara?
No, not
You have
opposed.
comment?
I just think that the food bank is a great idea, John. So I might actually take back my offer not to and do the same, because it's going into the community and not for my personal benefit.
Okay. I'll call the question then. Anyone opposed to the motion? Hearing none, I'll declare that one passed. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for the work on that stuff, Dave. Planners reports, 9.3.1, and that is moved by Jason, seconded by Barbara, and it's Ken and Tracy Seville. Clint, do you want to add anything to your report? I was going to ask Lindsay to mute you first before I asked that, but okay, go ahead.
No, I don't want to add anything.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay, so I'll ask the question. Is anyone opposed to this motion? And that is carried. Next is 9.3.2, moved by Jason, seconded by Brian. And that's the bylaw to go with this. Any questions, comments from anyone on that? Okay, hearing none. Lindsay, I'll turn that over to you since it's a bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. So recorded vote called for bylaw 2020-116 for zoning bylaw amendment C820, the Sevilles. Councillor Shipston?
Sorry, yes.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Dobreen?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Shearson? Councillor Shearson, are you still on the line? Okay, Councillor
No, I don't see
Shearson.
his.
Counselor Shearson is absent. Mayor Woodbury,
Yes.
Counselor Frew,
Yes.
by a vote of 6-0, that's carried. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Lindsay. 9.3.3, moved by Barbara, seconded by Jason, and that's planning report 045, Murray and Brenda Calder. Clint, your turn. We won't even mute your mic.
This one is just this one's just implementing a committee of adjustment decision from a couple weeks ago, and hopefully we've ironed out all the concerns that were raised by the county, and we can move forward.
Okay, thank you. Barbara.
This just seems like it's been before us. I don't know for how long or how many times. Is this the last that they can move forward and get her done?
Oh, this is Calder, not Harris.
Same area, Brian, same area.
Go ahead, Clint.
No comment.
Okay.
I'm just glad it's moving forward. My end is done once you make your decision here.
Thank you. That was my question. So the Calders can move forward with anything that they had planned. Thank you.
Sir, yep. I didn't hear Barbara's question because she was cutting in and out, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was just if this is the last for approvals that Calder's needed on there.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Is anyone opposed to this motion? I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. Next one is moved by Brian and seconded by Jim, and it's the bylaw to go with that one. Any comment? Okay, hearing none. This is the last part until they need to move on. Lindsay, would you do the vote for this, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Woodbury. So recorded vote called for bylaw 2020-101, zoning bylaw amendment C1220, Murray Calder. Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Dobreen?
Yes.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Shearson is absent. Councillor Frew?
Yes.
Councillor Justin?
Yes.
By a vote of 6-0, that's carried.
Okay, thank you. Next is 9.3.5, moved by Brian, seconded by Jason, and it's the community improvement plan. And this is the that we council adopt the official plan amendment. Clint, any comments on this?
Well, this is the meeting we had today. This is the official plan amendment. And if you actually look at the wording there, it's pretty prescriptive in that it requires and allows council to pass a bylaw to designate an area for community improvement. And then it prescribes certain items that should be in a community improvement plan, which, because we did the community improvement plan first, they all are in there. So that's hopefully the end of that. This particular part of the process, we will send this on to the county and they will either approve it or hopefully approve it, or they could make some modifications to it, but I expect some approval in the next few weeks.
Great, thank you. Barbara.
Just through the chair, that email that I sent to you on Monday, Clinton, if the final draft community improvement plan that goes forward, I did notice a few more housekeeping corrections with the additional information that you provided. So if those could be incorporated before it goes out, it'll just make it cleaner.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Is anyone opposed to this motion? Hearing none, I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. And next is the bylaw to go with it. And that's moved by Barbara, seconded by Jim. Any questions or comments on the bylaw? Hearing none. Lindsay, you can have that vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. So recorded vote called for bylaw 2020-123, official plan amendment number 27 for the community improvement plan. Councillor Shipston,
Yep.
Mayor Woodbury,
Yes.
Councillor Rice,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne,
Okay.
Councillor Frew, Councillor Frew, are you there?
It shows them still on the attendees.
He's not muted. Councillor Frew? Okay, I will consider him absent for this motion. Councillor Dobreen?
Yes.
And Councillor Shearson's also absent. That is carried 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And so thank you, Clint, for those reports. 9.4.1, these are some of Kayla's reports. The CAO review timelines. That's moved by Brian, seconded by Jason. Kayla, did you want to comment on this at all?
Hi. So
Hi, we see
I
you.
just thought that maybe it would be a little more efficient after going through a year last year of these timelines to put forward that we just do these timelines each year moving forward instead of bringing a report every year with the timelines. And then also same with the department heads. We tried it out with all department heads feedback last year instead of just by lottery, and it seemed to go well. So I thought maybe we should just do it this year and moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from council? I hear none. Yeah, I think they're good good ideas with it, and no point trying to reinvent the wheel every year. So any of these things we learn as we go is good. Is anyone opposed to this motion? Okay, hearing none. Oh.
Well, I'm not opposed to this motion, but maybe looking forward, when Dave decides to retire in 10 years, would these be applicable to anybody coming in? Like, would it be a new set of ratings or to a new CAO, or are we going to be keeping status quo, or what?
Well, Martin, it doesn't really matter. We'll be gone by then. Dave will just be.
Oh, true. I'm just saying, looking forward, looking ahead.
Oh. Go ahead, Kayla.
Yes, so we can, I would say that if there was an issue or somebody wanted to change the timelines, we could bring a report to council at that point.
Okay.
Yeah. Good point. Yep. Any other comments?
Just another one with all these things we had to fill out. Can we have hard copies at the township office to look at instead of online if we need to?
I was thinking I would reach out to each of you and see what you prefer this year, just with times being a little bit different. We can either do hard copies or I can email them.
Well, I prefer hard copies myself, so I don't know what the rest of the council would like, but thank you for thinking about that. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Yep. Good. Thanks. Barbara?
Through the chair, so to Councillor Shipton's comment, then does that move up the deadline to submit our hard copies 3 days before because they have to go into quarantine and they have to meet the deadline for you?
We'll
luck
work that out.
with the way council meetings, the dates work out. I think I still have enough time to work on it before the agenda needs to go out.
Great. Any more
And
questions?
if I, and
Go
if I
ahead.
do drop anything off the office, I usually put the date on there so that people know when they open up the envelope, they have the date to go from. So I think we're all good. Keep up the good work, Kayla.
Yep. Okay. If there's no more comments, is anyone opposed to this motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll declare that passed. Next is 9.4.2.
Mayor Woodbury,
Yep.
can we just, someone move a motion to go past 4, just so we don't forget, please?
No, I was just gonna hurry everybody. Okay, Barb's gonna move it. Who'd like to second it?
I'll second
Brian.
it, John.
Okay,
Or Brian.
yep. Any comments? Anyone opposed? That is carried. Thanks, Lindsay. Now 9.4.2, moved by, do we have Jim with us now?
Yep.
Yep, okay. So moved by Jim and seconded by Barbara, and this is the IT update. Kayla?
So I think we provided a lot of information in this report as to the background of why we feel this is necessary and that we've done the research on the costing using different sources. And I guess I'm just willing to take questions and comments at this point.
Okay, thanks. Barbara?
Through three, Mr. Chair. Hi, Kayla. This is I'm surprised that they didn't have laptops, but I wasn't really paying attention. And yes, it makes perfect sense that if this is gonna go on for some time, that having a laptop and a docking station, what are you proposing to happen with the desktop computers that may still have significant life to them? Can they be transferred to the library? Because I know some of the library computers, we've been, trying to keep them going, the patron computers. Granted, we're not fully open, but what is your plan for the desktops that we will be replacing?
So if I may.
Sure.
That is a great question. So we actually do have a couple employees that would prefer to have a desktop system at the office and one at home, just for ease of convenience for them. So a couple will be redistributed that way. And then we also did discuss sending some to the library because we know that they are looking, that they need a few anyways for next year.
Okay, Barbara?
So just to follow up, having a desktop and not a docking station where it updates. So I understand when you have a laptop and you come in and you put your laptop in the docking station, it updates everything that you've been working on. I'm not sure how staff have access to the servers and things, but when you have two separate desktops, how are they transferring information? Is it secure? It doesn't work quite as well as a laptop. And if it's a monitor that they're talking about with the laptop at home, when they take the laptop, and if they had a monitor that can be plugged into the laptop, you can also plug in a keyboard most times. So I'm not sure what the preference is, why they want a desktop in both locations, but functionality, are you achieving the same results by having that?
Go ahead, Kayla.
Yes, without getting into too much of our technical security, we store most things on our server so that there's a central access location. So it doesn't matter which machine you're using.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Is anyone opposed to this motion? I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. Thank you, Kayla. Next, we'll move on to bylaws and motions. We have moved by Jim, seconded by Brian, and it's bylaw 2021-24, the prohibition of heavy trucks. Jim, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I know council received an email with the ongoing concerns, especially with Artemisia Street. And as indicated, we posted some signs, but they weren't enforceable. So this bylaw brings them into enforceable, and we'll be working on getting the fines instituted into it. Back a long time ago, I don't know when the history, but there was another road that had no truck signs posted on it, and that was Side Road 41 south of Gray 9 to 14, which was called the Heritage Road. So we've included that one. So this is just to bring us right up to total speed and make it enforceable.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments?
I've got one.
Jim? Go ahead, Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Jim. So all this time that the subcontractors have been disobeying the rules, the builder we haven't been able to fine anybody for disobeying sign. This bylaw, provided it's enforced, will give us some teeth, and maybe the drivers or the contractors, who gets fined? The builder for not.
No, it's the driver. The guy behind the wheel is going up the street. He's but disobeying the law. So that's where the enforcement is.
Thank you very much.
Through the chair, Martin here.
Okay, Jim Frew. Jim Frew first, and then Martin.
Yep, thank you.
Am I on?
Jim, did you have? Yep, it's your turn.
Okay. Definitions, heavy truck. I don't see them there, farm plated trucks being exempt from this on 41. That road is used during the summer to haul silage and feed to the north part of the township. And it's closed during the winter time. But during the summer, I think it's going to be a bit of a problem for some of the farmers that use that for feeding grain.
Go ahead, Jim.
Are they going to be exempt, farm plated vehicles?
Yeah, they already are, Jim. We could have tightened it up and put it in there, but with that slow moving vehicle sign and being ag related, they're in a different set of circumstances and rules, so they don't apply.
Okay.
So they're exempt.
Brian, you wanted to comment on that?
As long as you're hauling your own produce, the weight restrictions don't apply.
Okay. Martin.
Yeah, well, it's about time, because this thing in Dundalk's been going on for what, 3 years? And I do go through the town sometimes 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and I do see trucks disobeying that sign. So it's about time we got a bylaw in. And as Jim said, it's not the contract, it's not the contractor or the developer. It is the driver. He's seeing the sign, and so we should have a bylaw in for that. As a side note, I know that Southgate Road 41 quite well. It is a historical road, and it should be on that list. There's probably quite a few other non-maintenance roads that look as beautiful as that in the fall time. Something to consider for the new EDO next year to put more historical signs on non-maintenance roads. But that's another side point. But I was really glad to see that, Jim, about that road being in there. And yeah, we should pass this bylaw, because a lot of people are getting upset in Dundalk with not the developer, but the people he has bang signs, so I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you. Jim
Yeah,
Ellis,
no
go ahead.
problem.
Yeah, again, like I've indicated via the email there when we had resident complaints, we're in touch with the developer. He's in touch with the dispatchers and tells these subcontractors, but his hands get tied and he's frustrated with the disobeying of everything too. So I've got to say, he's tried to work with us and dealt with it. When the last straw came, we put up barricades and manned it and got the message across to them. So that's wasting valuable worker time. We sent one of our guys over even. So, we tried to do what we could as best we could, but, I still think this may happen. There's going to be a lot of development still up in that area. There's only so many ways in and out. And this will probably lead to, well, why don't you take this street and put it on the same cycle too? We've got to allow some access to get up in there until there's another roadway to come in off of 75 or Ida Street or somewhere else. But there's only so many ways in and out up there. So.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. And I think part of the thing to do as well is to keep, as long as the residents notify us, so we can keep the OPP notified. I think I can speak to having a lot of trucks going past the front door better than most people, because almost every vehicle that went into the Flato subdivision had to go past my house for a few years. And it's information that helps us enforce and get the OPP to enforce, or even sit there so that they're at least not speeding. So, yeah, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Mayor
Jason here.
Woodbury. Oh, go ahead, Jason.
Yep. Go ahead, Jason.
Oh, it's fine. No, I couldn't remember what is the truck route up to that subdivision now, Jim? I just couldn't remember. Is it Dundalk Street or?
What we have posted is Dundalk Street and Proton Street are the access points. But like we noted, these drivers punch in their GPS and it tells them that's the shortest way, that's the route to go. So that's what GPSs do at times too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. I just speaking as driving a truck, I understand what we're trying to do and I agree with it actually, but looking at the map, Artemisia Street is probably the safest rather than Proton. You're making 2 or 3 turns. You're getting into safety issues, but I understand what you're trying to do. You got to have access somewhere, but I'm just wondering, your own Sound Street cuts off there at an angle, and then Artemisia is straight up Artemisia, but it's just one of them things. Yeah, I would say it's a safer route, but I understand what you're trying to do.
Yep. Thanks, Jason. Go ahead, Jim.
We kind of established this early and heard from the residents along that street right at the get-go. So we kind of went with what we were hearing. And, I didn't have any complaints ever about using Proton Street. I've never had complaints about using Dundalk Street. And maybe they haven't been used as much. I know certainly Proton has, but anyhow, that's the street we're hearing. I have heard it from Osprey occasionally, but I'm sure we'll hear more in the future.
That's for sure. Okay, any other questions or comments?
Mayor Woodbury, it's Lindsay. I just had a comment.
Okay.
I just wanted, just for council's information, the set fine schedule has to be approved by the province. So I just wanted to inform you that we won't be able to fine right away until we get that approval back. And the province seems to be taking a little while longer usually now than they have been in the past, unfortunately, but we can't set those or lay those fines until that is approved.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Jim, go ahead.
I researched this a little bit further of any bylaws that have been by recently, and there was one in Mapleton in September, and that $400 was their number. So I take it that's an approved number from the ministry.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Lindsay, you can vote, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Woodbury. I'm just double checking. Councillor Shearson, are you back? We had a caller enter the meeting.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, thank you. So a recorded vote called for bylaw 2020-124, the prohibition of heavy trucks. Councillor Frew,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne,
Yay.
Councillor Rice,
Yes.
Councillor Shipston,
Sorry, yes.
Councillor Dobreen,
Yes.
Councillor Shearson,
Yes.
Mayor Woodbury.
Yes.
By a vote of 7-0, that's carried.
Okay, thank you. Next, we got notice of motion. I mentioned last time that I'd be bringing a motion forward about staying in SMART, the transit, and I will do that for next meeting, suggesting that we should stay in for another year, since we do have to give them a year's notice. Okay, and not having any other notices of motion here, we'll move on to consent items. 12.1, that's moved by Jason and seconded by Jim. Any comments or questions on any of those? Barbara?
I'm hoping that the Public Works Department report is in this particular consent item. I just wondered about, or just to say congratulations on the crosswalk and crossing guard at High Point to help alleviate the issues that and the concerns with the children crossing. Does this eliminate the need for the crossing guard further east on Main near Yonge, or is this in addition to? And is it only at the afternoon, or are they there morning and afternoon?
Go ahead, Jim.
No, this will not eliminate the crosswalk at Yonge Street. That's getting a lot of children that are heading down to Proton School and parents down that way. So that one stays. This is an additional one. This is manned a little bit shorter time frame at this time, particularly because of the High Point School has restrictions on drop-off times and being able to go to the school. So there's a short window there that may be expanded, but excuse me, their time frames are very quick, especially at let out in the afternoon. So that it is an additional one that the county, although we had to initially pay for the work, the line painting going forward will be under the county's expense with their programs.
Well done.
Thank you.
Michael.
Go ahead, Michael.
Hey, I'm just kind of wondering, is it in our plans to put a sidewalk down that street now to match up with the one on Victoria Street so the kids are not walking down the road?
Go ahead, Jim.
Yes, I have it in the preliminary here draft capital budget to put sidewalk from Victoria to Main Street on the west side of Macaulay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Any other questions or comments? Barbara?
Thank you. Just with the building and bylaw enforcement report, the schedule is difficult to read for the full year that it tracks each month, but expanding on the year-to-date, 61 zoning compliance letters, and that seems a lot. Maybe it's not. Dave, maybe you could speak to that. And I suspect that with the growth of Dundalk and more people being at home during COVID, that we're going to continue to have higher expectations with more vocal complaints going forward. You know, the more people are at home and the more they see, the higher expectations coming from the city about bylaw enforcement. So I'm sure we're going to have the conversation during budget discussions about how we're going to address these outstanding complaints, because our building department just can't keep up with the revenue generating aspects of the building department. But bylaw enforcement comes with a cost too. So Dave, did you want to elaborate on any of that? And just before you do, I did want to make a compliment. I got a call from someone complimenting our canine control officer who apprehended 3 dogs in short order before the resident was even able to notify her of his lost chicken. So kudos to our canine control officer going out there. Just wanted to say that.
And I hope things worked out for the chicken. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I was gonna answer those in reverse as well. I hope we're not collecting chickens as part of canine duties.
Sorry, it wasn't the chicken that got loose. It was dogs that had chicken.
I'm very familiar with that dog or a dog that got delivered to Karen's by my daughter. So anyway, we were part of that apparatus or apprehension or whatever. So back to your question about bylaw enforcement. Yes, we have a plan for actually hiring a building bylaw enforcement person. Plus, if you know, we still see the crazy amount of business that we're seeing in 2021. I also have another plan because we have an employee we've got on a contract position that ends about next July that has bylaw enforcement experience. So we may keep that person on to help us catch up. The issue of zoning compliance letters, I think you're maybe, and maybe we've never explained that, but zoning compliance letters, and I can see Clint jumping trying to answer that question because that's directly involved with interest in your community. If somebody wants to know the zoning of a property, they will ask us for a zoning compliance letter to know, because they're likely interested in buying the property or they want to confirm that that's what the property is. So, you know, and that's very reflective of a lot of the activity that we're seeing in our community because there's a lot of interest to be here.
So just to follow up on that, this would be more, these aren't, thank you. So I hope you can hear me. Nod. Okay, great. So this isn't people who are non-compliant in their zoning or site plan or things like that. These are inquiries. So this would be similar to someone inquiring with the SVCA as to whether or not there's any, what is the lay of the land of a property that they're looking to buy. So thanks for clarifying that, Dave.
Yeah, so if there was someone not in compliance with their zoning, we would be sending them a zoning order or a zoning compliance notice.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Jason here, John.
Okay, here. Yep. Go ahead, Jason.
Going back to the customer support service hiring.
Yes.
I just wondered here, I missed the name before. For full disclosure, is this the fire chief's wife?
Yes.
That is correct.
And is that prudent to be doing that? I'm not saying she's not qualified. I just caught this now, and I'm just wondering.
So good question, and you know, that was something that we did as part of our analysis, but we looked to hire the best people first. We thought this was the best fit for the job, and we did not feel that there would be a point in time which the fire chief would report to this person or this person would report to the fire chief based on the positions. And in a small community, We have that happen not very frequently. I mean, it's, so we, we do assess relationships, and sometimes you can't control that because we've had situations where there was a wedding over two people meeting at Southgate. So it's just, it is what it is. But, I think it's important for us in a small community to hire the best people, but make sure that we're mitigating future conflicts.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not saying she's not, and he's doing a great job. I just a little leery of it, but I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, and I think it deserves to be answered in a public setting. So not a problem at all. I'm prepared to, we had this very discussion about, this being questioned, but again, it's unfair not to hire the best person if that's the best person for the position. And that was in the opinion of three of us that talked about this very issue.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up, Jason. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Anyone opposed to that motion for 12.1 consent items, regular business? Okay, I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. Now we've got 12.2, moved by Barbara, seconded by Brian, and it's the correspondence consent items. Any comments or questions on those? Barbara?
Before Barry speaks, I've lost my computer here. So Martin, I'm just trying to bring all that back up. So give me a minute here.
Yep.
And Barb, you can go ahead with your question, whatever it was. Councillor DeBruin.
Yep.
Well, thanks, Councillor.
No problem.
Through the chair, the OPP annual billing letter. Maybe Liam, if he's still with us, or maybe Dave can respond to this. The reconciled cost is $350, almost $351. Hi, Liam. $351 based on 3,284 properties. Are those households, or could those be vacant lands? Because obviously the police may have to respond to, an illegal grow up on somebody's clearing, which I saw someone advertising on Facebook that, rather than growing your plants in your backyard in Dundalk, just go and plant them out in a clearing and trespass on other people's properties. So I'm curious about, I'm not joking about that. That it's, it was terrible. But Liam, the question is that based on is that the number of properties that are in our township, or is that just households?
Go ahead, Liam.
Through the chair, that is the number of property counts, is the number of households as far as residential, and then commercial industrial properties read 206.
So it doesn't include vacant agricultural?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Anything, Martin? You up to speed now?
Yes, thank you. Everything came back online. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Without hearing more, is anyone opposed to the motion for those consent items, the correspondence consent? Hearing no one opposed, I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. 12.3, resolutions from other municipalities, moved by Jim, seconded by Brian. Anyone want to discuss any of those? Okay, Barbara.
Two questions, I think. The 12.3.2, the Town of Wasaga Beach letter to Doug Ford regarding unsanctioned car rallies. Will we be looking at our bylaws, or I mean, I've witnessed pickup trucks burning rubber in our parking lot at the McIntyre building. That's a one-off. But the comment that the municipality of Wasaga meant the town of Wasaga mentioned is that if they block or prevent these unsanctioned events from coming to their municipality, they'll just find another municipality to go to until, you know, they outstay their welcome. I mean, that's been an experience of people who come up and rent properties for partying until, you know, they're not allowed to do it anymore. Or there's a history of these unsanctioned car rallies. Will we be doing anything to address that in our own enforcement bylaws, or do we have it already, Dave?
Dave, go ahead.
Well, we haven't seen that as a problem. I mean, if somebody wants to go burn rubber, I think that's a police matter or a lack of wisdom on their tire investment. But like, we haven't seen those kind of car rally issues, and I wouldn't doubt maybe Wasaga Beach being higher density has, because people are tired of sitting at home. And, you know, maybe that's a way we should, you know, look at ways for people to get out of the house and do things through car rallies. But as long as they're safe and they're well managed, I mean, we haven't had complaints. So I can't say that that's on any kind of a list to come up with a bylaw to restrict or manage at this point.
Okay. And my other question was I suspect that this hasn't come to the county yet. The municipality of Meaford's request that county look at a county-wide waste management program. It's probably gonna, is it on this week, next agenda yet? You don't know yet. And to Jim, perhaps Jim Ellis, oh, Brian's got his hand up, but next to that, perhaps Jim Ellis might wanna comment on what he shared with me about pros and cons of that, and Southgate's position, or our current position, how we stand with our municipal waste program. I mean, Wellington County took over a portion of Wellington North's waste management, and people are upset because they had the Cadillac of waste management systems. I'd be curious, because Southgate does have the Cadillac version of waste management already.
Yep. Brian, did you want to comment on that, and then we'll go to Jim?
I was just going to say, no, it's not on this week's agenda. The county, John and I have a county council meeting tomorrow morning, so it's not on that agenda at least. And the other thing I wanted to point out that is, you may or may not know, the county has I think it's about $1 million waste management study sitting on a shelf up there from, Dave, I'm going to say mid-70s, that went absolutely nowhere. So I'm suspicious that this will go nowhere. Just my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just with some of the questions that Barb had asked me, you know, we are fortunate in the county to have a landfill capacity lifespan of 80 years right now of way it's going, and can maybe add another 25 with reclaiming the other site. So, and we already can take compost through our ECA, through neighboring municipalities. So Southgate's in a good position. If we were to go county-wide, that, you know, I see us being the dividenders, not having to go out and pay a whole lot, because we have a lot to bring to the table and offer. But, you know, I know there's lots of county-wide waste services, and, you know, I wouldn't say it's out of the realm to say that you could see that someday.
Just from my point of view, before we go to Dave there, I'm not sure that the county-wide thing would fly very easily, but I do know that other municipalities like Meaford have their back up against the wall. So I think it may be more of a thing of kind of helping each other. The other part that they want to look at was mentioned actually by the Mayor of Owen Sound was that we have things like LISDAC here that maybe we could help out like Owen Sound or Meaford with transferring some of their waste there instead of having it come as much from out of the county. Encourage some of the use from there to that company. So it's that type of thing, as well as our own compost and things like that, that I would see may be more on the horizon than the encouragement for that, more so than a county-wide program. Just before we go back to you, Barbara, Dave, want to comment?
Yeah, and all I was going to add is that since 2003, when we implemented the waste system that I was very familiar with, how that went, there's been interest, I would say I shouldn't say interest, it's been brought up likely 4 or 5 times at the county. I would imagine Brian would agree with this, that it's been tried to implement a waste management system across the county. They even engaged with, we had the county of Simcoe come and speak to us at one kind of a waste summit. And it was, to go to a county system would even cost us money because ministries look at you when you're a larger center as you've got more capacity to mine waste and all this kind of stuff. And all it is people that don't have landfill capacity in Grey County looking for space to put their stuff in a county system. And we would be the losers and somebody else might be the winners. But anyway, they know we got a good system here.
Through the chair, Barb but can I make a comment after Barb? It's Martin here.
Yep, absolutely. Go ahead, Barbara.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank everybody for their input. Thanks.
Okay. Back to you that quick, Martin.
Really quick or quick? Yeah, quick.
Yeah.
There was something on the OMA, on the things we get on the phone about updates, and there was something with a blue box where it's going to be over the board, every township, every county, this is what you're going to be recycling, which is a good thing because it makes it standard. And it certainly would help the educational money we spend on recyclables in this township about what you can put in. The main thing is it's going across the board. Some things will go into the landfill sites because they're not on that list. But the whole point of recyclables is to try and get as much as we can out of the system. And to go county, every conference we went to, it was always talking about regionalism. You got to work together. But I do not think waste is one of those things that you can put into regionalism or a Grey County kind of thing, because what we consider waste here might be different from somebody's waste there. Infrastructure, getting natural gas, yes, let's work regionally. But when it comes to waste in our own township or the next township, it is, well, I don't want to say personal, but it is a very geographic thing, and we do not want to go, and I agree with everything that was said, because we are going to be on the losing end of that if we go to a regional system. And as Councillor Breen said, we have a Cadillac system here. We don't want to lose it. And when I travel going to work, there's been many comments on the system we have. How did you get that? I said, well, it took a lot of work. But so in many ways, we are the envy of waste. And so call me green, I don't care. But the regional aspect of it, yeah, we're gonna be the payers instead of the payees. So
yeah,
just comment. Just a comment. There are things that are good regionally. Waste management, it's totally different per demographic, per population. We're an agricultural community, and we will pay that somewhere along the line. Thank goodness that there is going to be some kind of standard recycling. And yeah, if some of that stuff goes into the landfill, but on the radio today it said the producers are doing 100%. They have to pay for it. So that's something to talk about at budget time too. How much do we pay, and who's going to pay us? So
Yep.
Comment. That's all.
Jim's been doing a lot of work on that. I know over the last, I don't know, year or so. So yes, it'll be something on the agenda for the next few years, I would see. Any other questions or comments on 12.3? Okay. Hearing none. Motion, is anyone opposed to the resolution for 12.3?
Councillor Shearson, did you come back?
Yeah, I'm back again.
Okay, I figured that was you. Thanks.
Okay. Hearing no one opposed, then I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. We have no closed session consent items. The county report. We had a few things on the go. We've gone back at the county to virtual meetings for the foreseeable future. So that'll be that part of it. We had a chief and a councillor from the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation there for virtually at the meeting to discuss the recent settlement on the land claim things for Son, and kind of getting it ready for the budget stuff. We looked at the trail management, CP Rail Trail, and that the council voted against going to the wider side-by-sides, allowing them on there. I don't know if there was much more than that, Brian. That seems to cover
what he said.
Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can ask the deputy mayor.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going to be continuing as we have as well. Under members' privilege, I didn't receive anything, but I'll ask in a minute. A couple of things to be aware of. I wouldn't call them good news and celebration. We're notified, or I read that the Holstein Santa Claus Parade is not going to happen this year, and they're looking forward to coming back next year. November 8th, there will be the Remembrance Day, the normal Remembrance Day event in Holstein. But the one in Dundalk, from what I understand at this point, will not be a full going thing. They won't be having anything at the Legion and things of that nature. Barbara.
When you're finished.
Yep.
But I do have an update with regard to the Holstein Remembrance Day service.
Okay, go ahead.
Get that up for you. It is going to be modified. I do have a message from the president of the Mount Forest branch. If you just give me a second, and I'll just, if with your indulgence, I'll read it.
Okay.
If that's or
the highlights. The highlights
sure.
would be good. Yeah.
Because I too was looking to see if I could figure that out. So there won't be a procession. The the wreaths, and I think this is coming down from headquarters, Legion headquarters, more than, because I'm noticing that a lot of Legions are following the same protocol. They will be only handing out poppies from boxes in various locations, as opposed to people standing, volunteers standing. There will be no parade to the cenotaph. They will have a lot of the wreaths pre-planted, so pre-placed, and then they'll only be having a select number of people place the wreaths at the cenotaph at that time. A limited number of people, although they realize that people will come out regardless and ask that we all follow COVID protocols. If you'd like, I can follow up to find out about the county wreath and the township wreath for the Holstein placement, as to whether or not they will be, if we have to do anything to make those arrangements. Pretty much.
They've been in contact with me about what they wanted ours, and they've been in contact with the county. So. Yes.
Oh, okay, right. It's just, I think every Legion is considering COVID protocols and are going to ask that people, keep their distance and remember our veterans in their own way. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm sure they'll be posting them on their Facebook pages.
Yeah. The other thing to keep in mind with the Legions is without the fundraising of the selling poppies as much as they usually do with the donations towards them, that's going to be hurting. And the poppy funds go to veterans to help with and stuff directly that way. So we'll keep that in mind. Anybody have anything else for good news and celebration?
Mayor Woodbury, Dave wanted to discuss Halloween. There was let me just find it here.
Okay.
Basically a statement from the Ministry of Health on Halloween. I'm just reading. So we're outside of the modified stage 2. Yep. So just a couple of the highlights, and I'm sure most people have seen this, and we'll share this on our Facebook and our other social media. I think Alicia already has, but only go out with members of your household, only trick or treat outside, still to wear face masks, don't congregate around people's homes, avoid high touch surfaces and objects, that sort of thing. So just basically a sum of things for Halloween and some tips. So we'll post this message from the province.
Yep, great. Thank you. Do you want to add something to that, Dave?
Yeah, just sorry we put it out so late, but we just received it actually Monday, and I got it out this morning after reviewing it. Maybe we could, I was hoping Mary would be on the call when we did this, but maybe you could email that to Mary, and I think it'd be some good information for them to do a story on in the paper, because our next meeting won't be, it'll be after Halloween. So, and I know Ethan and Kevin are working with some people on Halloween events in Dundalk. They're doing a pumpkin carving. Who knows what else they'll come up with, but anyway.
And Dundalk Herald is still online, so that you, Mary, we'll get that forwarded to you, that information. Was that Martin and then Barbara?
Barb was first.
Okay, Barbara?
Okay, thank you. Just to Dave's point, there is a Facebook page called Dundalk Halloween Fest. It lists the opportunities. They've got coloring contests, most, if not other than the pumpkin carving, and they're doing everything to protocol, getting the pumpkins and having them curbside type pickup. And then the actual contest is virtual, coloring contest, costume contest. They've got house decorating contests, business versus residents. So this committee has really taken the COVID protocols to heart and are trying to make it as safe and as much fun as possible. There's lots of prizes to be had. And so check out their Facebook page, Dundalk Halloween.
Thank you. And actually, just literally 1 minute ago, got an email from Dr. Era from the, he's our medical officer of health for Grey Bruce, and there's Halloween information. So you would have got that as well, Dave. So we'll get that out to the press as well as out on our stuff, because it's some guidelines for here for just, I think it'll be more common sense stuff, but as we all know, there's nothing common about common sense. So, okay, any, Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, with the Halloween, you know, with everything going on, and commenting on Dave's idea about leadership, there is a leadership that comes a little bit of leniency to let the people do what they think is good for the community, with standards. And for the Halloween community to want to do this, I think it's great for the community. Again, a handful of people stepping up to the plate. As part of the Friends of the Library, we're buying a lot of pumpkins to support this initiative. And it's all going to be online judging. You know, if you looked at the Dundalk Herald, there's the coloring contest in the back page. So it is amazing how in tough times, people still will get together, and we can do what's needed. So I think it's a blessing to the community that, you know, Halloween, it's not Halloween. People are stepping up to do something. That's the blessing. So that's good news. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Any other comments before we move on? Hearing none. So I have a motion moved by Barbara, seconded by Jason, that we go into closed, and that will be at 4:26 in order to address matters relating to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land. It'll be a verbal offer received to purchase property and a verbal report, and that Lindsay and Dave remain in attendance. Any discussion on that? Is anyone opposed to that? Hearing none, I'll declare that passed, and I'll call a recess for a minute or two while we get over to the closed issues, closed site.
Hello.
Hello. This meeting's still being recorded. Thank you, Alicia.
Nope.
Jason, you there?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Yep.
I'm back, Michael.
Thank you.
Ryan's looking a bit absent.
Yeah,
You just took a phone call.
or a walk.
Counselor Shipston, so just waiting on Counselor Frew. We'll give him a minute or two.
Yep.
Or I had to go get a drink.
Yeah. Thinking that myself.
Water.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
There's water and ice.
And Brian, you
Yeah.
have no tie. Brian, you have no tie today.
Hey, you got to make accommodations.
It was probably my
Barbara
turn.
doesn't. She's not wearing a tie on.
Yeah.
I was going to say you look very debonair, whether you wear a tie or not.
Camera's not being too kind to you then, Martin. You need to look
Yes.
a little harder.
I don't have the camera on. That's why I don't have it on. I still have oil paint in my hair and my face. So
Well, that paints a picture since we're being recorded.
Yep.
it doesn't really matter to me. It's yeah, I'm very spotty right now.
Aren't you supposed to put the paint on the wall? Just saying.
Yeah. Like I said, it paints a picture.
Frew, was that you?
Touche, Brian.
Counselor Frew, are you on the line?
Yeah, make it quick. I've only got 10% power left on this.
It'll
Okay.
be quick. That's everyone,
I
Lindsay?
said that about an hour ago, James.
Yeah, go ahead. We have everyone
Okay.
back.
So we're out of closed, and we had a robust discussion on the subjects we went in for. So did you want to read the motion, Lindsay?
Yes, so we have a motion. Let me see. It's moved by.
Jason and Barbara? That's the
Yes,
one we're
thank
at?
you.
Yep.
Yep. So be it resolved that council receive the verbal report regarding a verbal offer received to purchase property as information, and that council directs staff to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Okay. So if we have any discussion now, it would just be on the wording of that motion. We can't go into any of the subject. So is the wording, if I don't hear anyone object to the wording? Okay, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed to this? Hearing none, I'll declare that passed by unanimous consent. Next we have, thank you. Next we have.
It would appear that we lost
It would appear, what?
that we lost Councillor Sherson during the vote.
Okay. Next is the confirming bylaw, moved by Jason and seconded by Barbara. Any discussion on that? No. Lindsay, it's a bylaw, so I'll get you to do it.
Yeah, so a recorded vote was called for the confirming bylaw. Councillor Dobreen?
Yes.
Yeah, Ken was driving this time.
Councillor Shearson, you're back.
Yes, I'm back one more time.
Yep.
Voting on the confirming bylaw? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Frew?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Oh, yeah.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yep.
Councillor Rice?
Yep.
Councillor Shipston?
Yes.
That is carried.
Okay. And last one is adjournment, moved by Brian. And I'm going to consider that passed. And thank you, everybody. We got a lot done. and went to a lot of places during the discussions. So we
Oh,
did
yeah?
we did well. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
And we'll keep going. And Brian, I guess I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, you will. I might even have a